What's good, people? It's your boy Marcus. Keep it 100. We back, and I'm here with my man Shane.
Was
And
good.
some of these things that we're gonna talk about, we've addressed already. But I've been on Facebook, going back and forth with a lot of people, male and female, about black men and you know, most of y'all are this or that, or how do we how are black men gonna address white supremacy and our education levels are not meeting up with those of black women. And I know we've spoken on black men in education before. I even spoke about it even on the Green Gorilla channel. And these things can't be ignored. We talked about the reading level, of boys, raised by the women versus the education curation that happens with their daughters versus their sons, right? And at this point, we have to accept that this is not by accident. These are patterns, right? These things are not by accident. So the fuckboy assembly, the fuckboy creation, what creates Pookie and Ray Ray, fuckboys and men of this type, right? At this level. And we could talk about socioeconomic realities and everything like that. But when it comes down to it, um, if you have girls coming out of the same environment, then what's the explanation? Um, I'm gonna reiterate some of the talking points that I did in previous lives and on, even on my channel, but I want to go into, it even deeper. Where if we have, this this push, because right now everybody's attacking the nuclear family, the nuclear family where you have two parents and things like that in the home. Like that's what's being attacked right now, as if two parents in the home is a bad idea. Um, whether you want to talk about extended family or whether you want to talk about two parents in the home, either one, um, trumps the single mama culture and the stepdaddy culture, even that we're in, right? Oh, wrong shot. What is this here? Okay, yeah. Well, that's irrelevant to the point. But yeah, I'm gonna find this screenshot in a second. But Shane, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's happening?
Yeah, so yeah, speak on this shortly because again, this isn't what the whole live is gonna be about,
Mhm.
but I want to address the many aspects of you know uh the fuckboy assembly line.
Mm.
Because if you remove men, right, we know the outcomes of two parent households, extended family, when you have men in the picture, period. Because when they talk about extended families, what they mean is grandma, ma, auntie, and more women,
Right.
right?
Hmm.
If we're gonna pretend like we want better outcomes and want community, mind you, let me start off by saying this. I'm SYSBM, but I'm addressing people who pretend to want better outcomes. Pretend. If we're gonna fake it, if we're gonna pretend that we want better outcomes, then you can't get it the way you've been getting it. You can't get it your way. You can't have it your way. This ain't Burger King, right? So, Shane, give me your position somewhat on this, and then we'll continue.
Well, I mean, you know how I am. I defer to what the most logical thing to do. I mean, I don't inject too much emotion into anything that is of any real significance. So when it comes to a better outcome as far as like children, it's always better to have two people in the home. And I hear a lot of women make the argument, well, it's sometimes it could be worse having two people in the home if it's toxic. And I think that's a lame excuse, because even if you got two people in the home and you got one that's a lump on the log, just that other person's presence alone is enough to make enough of a difference in a child's life to have a more rounded outlook on what they will be potentially facing. You know what I'm saying? That's just my opinion of it. So it's like, if you grew up in a house where the father's in the house, but the father really don't care, he's just kind of riding his time out. His presence is still going to make an impact on your development as a young man or a young woman. You know what I mean?
But these are the same women
Mhm.
that will say raising a child single, if the child comes out, if the child grows up to be someone who is not contributing to society, the child grows up to be a failure,
Mhm.
they will blame the dude's non-presence.
Yeah, and
And
then
you
that's
can't,
dumb.
you can't say,
Mhm.
you can't talk out both sides of your face and say, well, if he's toxic and he's there,
Well,
then
let me say something about that real fast.
okay.
Um, women play fast and loose, and they try to have it both ways. So it's like, if the child grows up and turns out to be a derelict, then it's the absent father's fault. But if the child grows up and turns out to be an actual excellent human being, now they want all the credit. You know what I mean? So it's like, if it's a win, then mama did it by herself. But if it's a loss, it's because daddy wasn't playing his part. And the thing is, it's just silly. That's all I can really say about it.
I've heard women actually defend that their toxic presence is not worse than a man not being there. Now they're saying, oh, if a man is there and he's toxic, it's worse than a single mama reality. The stats
Nope, the stats
don't
say
go with that.
otherwise.
The
The,
stats
the,
actually work in opposition to that.
right. The empirical data says the complete opposite. I mean, you got all these kids growing up with all these uh houses with no men around. You know what I mean? And the mothers tend to be abusive on top of that towards the kids. You know what I mean? Or either the mothers will be facilitating abuse towards the kids from outside influences as well. You know, um, I've heard stories the way that single mothers will have like their young daughters, and then the boyfriends doing stuff to the daughters, but they don't want to lose having access to a man, so they kind of allow the pimping out of their daughters for whatever reason. I mean, that's just one aspect. I'm not saying that that's the end all be all, but I mean, there's many, many, many different iterations, what have you, of how these single mother households are not actually profitable towards better outcomes for children. It's just a complete failure, really.
What I want to address tonight is, again, if we are pretending to want a progressive community, how are we working against that goal by eliminating men? And this is in relation to boys progression and boys development. Because we can talk about women's development all day, and don't get it twisted, fathers are important to women's development also. But what I want to know, I see you, Brandy. What I want to know is, if we're going to pretend to want a progressive Black society, and we are watching other cultures have progression in their society, how do you want to achieve that by doing the opposite of what they're doing?
Say it again. Hold on. I got distracted. I'm sorry.
How do you achieve your goal running the wrong way? How do you achieve your goal with a different a model that has been proven not to work against a model that has been proven to work? How do we get here? We got here. We got to this point in human society doing it a way that worked.
You know how they try to get there? By hopes and possibilities. That's how they always operate. They operate on the possibility of something going right. I mean, you could tell these women, hey, this is 98% going to cause you to fail. And then her response will be, well, I feel like that 2% is entirely possible. So I'm a roll the dice on that. Because that's how it is.
Mm-hmm. A lot of them live in the hypothetical.
Mm-hmm.
Pardon me, I'm chewing in the mic and shit. I'm done. Okay. For everybody listening, I'm trying to finish up. I eat all day, but a lot of them live in the hypothetical, right?
Yeah, they live in wooded land.
So I find myself debating a lot of guys online. Shout out to Hassani. I see you there. Right. If you want to join in, let me know. But and then I'm gonna run through these comments. I see you, Marvel Life Comics. I see a few of you guys. I'm gonna run through your comments in a second. So my point is, if we're gonna go with anything logical, because I'm with whatever works.
Mm-hmm.
I've always been that way. I'm with whatever works. If you're married to a woman that knows how to manage finances better than you, then let her do it.
Right.
Period. Like, fuck all the man. I'm the man. I'm supposed to do. Fuck it. If you are lucky enough to meet someone who can manage finances for your home and for y'all existence better than you can, if she is stronger in that than you are, let her do it.
Yeah, I'm all for that. I mean, because frankly, she need to be doing something to pull her weight,
I'm with whatever works. Obviously, this shit ain't working, right? So for everybody, like, to me, in my opinion, black men's failures are black women's failures because they raised the men. How can you clown men and y'all with leaving the women out? If you're saying, well, black girls can read, but black boys can't, you're saying either one or two things: that black boys are inherently unable to learn, which ain't the truth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we discussed on the Green Gorilla Live that men's IQs are typically higher than women's. Someone else argued there's two arguments. There's one argument says that men's IQs are 4 to 6 points higher than women's. The other argument is that there's no distinguishable difference. So going with either one of those arguments, neither argument says or explains why boys are falling behind girls. I don't care which one you want to go with. I don't care if you want to go with the argument that there's no distinguishable difference between the IQs of men and women. I'm good with that. What explains the failure of boys beneath girls in school? A guess I would say is female teachers and single mama ran households. And I don't care if the family is extended with nothing but women, right? If you don't have men around, then how are men to model themselves into the men that you say they should be, successful as? I'm trying to understand the logic and how this is supposed to work, because it's all this clowning, it's all this, oh, y'all niggas is losing, y'all are some fuck boys, and you know, women out here getting an education and blah, 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 blah. Y'all we clowning the men that go to school, we clown them. The men that graduate, we clown them, right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't give props to, you know, the men that make it to millionaire, billionaire status. We don't address none of that. Instead, the black community has been trying to fix Pookie and Ray Ray for generations. What can we do to get Pookie and Ray Ray on their job so that we can move ahead as a unit? That's all, bro. That's all you've been seeing online. Black people will never get where they need to go if Pookie and Ray Ray don't get right. And that's I'm laying that on black men and women.
I mean, let's take it back in time a little bit. There was a time with black men, you know, I'm talking about like early 90s, you know, late 80s, a different world generation, you know what I mean? Black men were going to college, getting their education and really trying to do their thing. But so many people regarded them as just lame, right? So it just wasn't cool for a black man to be established. And that type of a black man would be continually be disrespected. You know, it was like the brother coming home from jail was more celebrated than him.
I was gonna mention that.
You know what I mean? Like if you got a degree, it's like whoop-de-woo, whatever. You know what I mean? But if you a two-time loser and you coming home from doing a bid, it was like you were a hero.
Yeah.
But now everything is turned on its head now. All these black women are patting themselves on their back for getting all these useless degrees that's taking them nowhere. You know what I mean? Except into debt. Almost every woman that I know that went to school for a certain thing, they either are not using their degree at all, or they're just doing something completely different that was unrelated to what they went to school for.
So I had a dude debating me online. Talking about, oh, y'all ain't getting y'all education. I asked him. I ain't gonna say his name, but I'm supposed to debate him soon. And I'm just getting ready for him. And
can't nobody
talk to me about
it.
Huh?
I said, can't nobody talk to me about education because I'm from both sides of the tracks. You know, I got multiple degrees, but you know what? I've also learned that at the end of the day, I could have done so much more had my focus been not on getting those degrees.
But understand this, right?
Mm-hmm.
I asked him what's his degree in. So then, Black Oru is here. I'll get right to you, sir. So I asked him, I said, what is your degree in? He says psychology.
Oh.
Right? Psychology. Right? So I said, oh, are you a psychologist? Now I know what he does, and I know it's not psychology. But he, you know, especially with all the arguments that he makes on Facebook, he's the woman that he's defending, even though he's a dude going to school for these useless degrees, right? And then doing something that has nothing to do with what you went to school for. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I went to Pratt Institute. Pratt Institute is an art school. Okay. I am a lifelong artist. Now, I do things to get money outside of art related shit, but I still do art related shit to get money. You are someone who, matter of fact, tell the people what you do, Shane, and as opposed to me telling them, because I know what you do.
Man, where do I begin? I have art degrees, but my skills pretty much they transcend from not just doing like art. I could do like CG graphics, or I can create or use those CG graphics to get real stuff actually engineered and made. You know what I mean? Like right now, I'm in the process of designing my own wheels for my car.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be like on some Chip Foose level type stuff. The wheels that are on my car are going to be one-off wheels that nobody else has, and I created them.
So tell them about your computer assisted drafting.
So yeah, it's not your typical computer assisted drafting. Like the type of software I use is more or less the type of software that's used in the entertainment industry, video games and movies, that sort of thing. But I have a workflow where I can adapt that stuff to do design for advertisement, marketing, um, visualization. You know what I mean? Where I can make concepts to bring stuff to life, no matter what it is. What it could be automotive related, it could be architectural. It doesn't even matter. I can actually adapt those things and you know make it transferable for something that's actually conceptual and turn to reality. And I've done this multiple times in multiple different um what can I say? Like multiple different areas. Even in aviation, I've done stuff like that.
So let's run through some of these comments. So I think I already read this one. A man is easy to get, but a man of good character or caliber who is not a simp is hard to get. Pookie is easy to get. They want simps though. What's even harder for them to get is a successful simp. That's what they're looking for, right? So they want control over black men. SYSBM for life. Yes, sir. Salute, keep it 100. Salute, Javon. I see you. All right, so
I'll tell you what they want. They want a man that they can control, but at the same time, they don't want a man that they can control because that's a turnoff to them too.
yeah,
So they live in this in between paradoxical type of world. Like they want a man that's a complete contradiction, you know, and that's not realistic. So it's like either you're gonna get a man that knows and understands how to lead and knows what he needs to do to provide and take care of you to drive the you know progress forward, or you're gonna get with a guy that's gonna defer to you before he makes any decisions.
now check this out, and then I'm gonna read the rest of these comments. There are women who they want a successful guy that they can control, right? And that man is to facilitate lifestyle. Now, on the side, they'll have the guy that they're actually attracted to. So they get like, you know, they can live that lie. They can have the, you know, the guy that's giving them their life, and then they on the side, on the low, they can have the guy that they actually like, right? It's not impossible for them to do because niggas ain't blowing up spots because they don't want to be the main guy. See, women, you know, women cheat better than men. No, they don't. No, they don't. Is men don't try to blow the spot up. The side woman always wants the main chick position, and she'll blow all types of spots to get it. And then, you know, when you're out in the street with your side chick, if you bump into her friends, or maybe sometimes even your family or some other niggas that know her, they'll blow your spot up. They'll report your behavior, your actions to your woman. Niggas ain't doing that because men don't want the top spot. We like being side dude if we can, because being the main dude come with responsibilities. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to take over you paying for shit, right? I'm just saying.
You know what I mean?
Now understand this. Understand this, and I'm gonna finish reading these comments because I gotta catch up. Right? You know, they want guys that they can control. They do. Control is a big thing when it comes to women. It's something that, you know, nowadays like they feel like anything where they're not in control is the color purple. A hand doesn't have to fly through the air or any of that shit for it to be the color purple. They feel anything where they're not in control is oppressive. So, the main thing I want to address here is, okay, we talk about the women who want to be in control and they want to run successful men or whatever. But what we're not discussing is the women who don't want men at all. The women who do not want relationships. They
we
don't
never
want
talk about that.
Yeah, they don't want relationships. They just want sperm so they can have kids, right? These women are fine not being in relationships at all these days. They just want the children. They want to be single mothers. They want the children.
The city girls.
They could be city girls or they could be professional women. I don't want to tie it to one, particular class of females, because all classes of women, especially in our community, are like this. They don't want relationships. They don't want men at all, right? They want to be able to have maybe the friends with benefits, or the dude that they just fuck with occasionally, casually, or whatever. But they want their child. But again, they go to school, they get these degrees, they flex it on the population of men that they didn't want, right? They first of all they have the Pookie child, right? Because Pookie gives out sperm for free. And that'll be a whole other live where we talk about sperm donors. But they get this free sperm because dudes who are about something, they productive, are not giving out free sperm on average. They're just not. And that ain't who these women want to be really connected to. They want a guy that they'll give them some free sperm and fall back.
Mm-hmm.
Because the productive man wants his lineage. They don't want that. The productive man wants his lineage, and that means giving up some level of control to that man. And if they do happen to get pregnant by a productive man, those are the guys that we often hear about going through shit to see their kids. So let me read some of these, and I'm gonna get to y'all. I know Bishop X, you've been there for a minute. That's Hassani there. So they pick the wrong man just because he looks good, knowing he's not husband material or good man material. They know what type of man he is before he sleeps with them, right? I see you, Brandy, once again. All right, I see you. They want that. They want that. What's up?
So, what I've observed a lot is, usually when a woman is looking for a quote unquote good or decent man, right? They will come across quite a few of them because some of them say that they know where all these good men are at. And then the thing is, when they see these men, they always look at them and they think I can do better. So they keep curving these potential good relationships that they could have, thinking that they could find like a unicorn or something.
Yeah,
and they stumble across the fuckboy.
But again,
and then think to themselves, maybe I could fix him.
Bro, again, we ain't addressing that part today. We're addressing there are women who don't want none of that shit you just mentioned.
Okay, all right.
It ain't about the women who, we could talk about the women who chose wrong
by choice.
Yeah, this is the fuckboy assembly line. This is how do we get these non-functioning black men in this society. That's what you're mentioning. And what you're mentioning is one way that it happens. But like right now, we're talking about, and I want to, because we're going to talk about all of it, but I want to address the shit that doesn't often get addressed, is women who get pregnant solely for the purpose of not being in a relationship and raising that child alone, because it happens. We always talk about single motherhood in the respect of some deadbeat dude walking out on his kids. That's always the context that we approach that in conversations. We never talk about women who have children by men that they know are not going to be around and that they don't want around, right? Because the men that you're talking about, the good men, right? They will try to be fathers. And if they try to be fathers, that is contrary to the plan. You don't want the guy that wants to be a father, because then you got to give up some control. You got to share custody. When a guy wants to be a dad, you got to share your baby because it's your baby. That's what black women feel. Oh, this is my baby. It's mine. It's not our baby. It's my baby. They want sperm donors. They want a guy to nut off and split, right?
Mm-hmm.
They want that society with the women in charge. They just do not want to give up the power and submit to a man's authority and leadership. Women raise the boys who are not reading on the level that they should be. They focus on the women to be above the man and emasculate the boys in the house, right? Shout out to Dave Tow. I see you. All right. There aren't a lot of smart, productive black men out here trying to rescue Pookie and Ray Ray. Those brothers are too busy for that nonsense. I hear you, sir. But, I come across a lot of guys on the internet now. It might be cap, it might not be. But, these guys are always talking about how black men and black, the black community won't get ahead unless we fix Pookie and Ray Ray, right? Don't they throw a block party for Nug Nug. Boys in the hood, don't be a menace. And Ray Ray, but call the science fair brother a lame and a nerd. Okay, so let's keep going. Black Uru says, bingo. The only thing a chick gotta do is catch some pipe on the low. To catch some pipe on the low and spread her legs and be able to shut the fuck up about it. And she can get away with it for 20 years. Cortez says single motherhood is a choice, and that quotes Cortez Smith. So let me see. Damn near all of them don't want relationships. Baby mama hood at Cortez Smith. I did a video called the single parent, the single motherhood. All right, y'all can check that out. It's in the videos in another time. So okay. But they don't want Pookies. Then they'll go to a sperm bank and will not need a man at all. These feminists are saying they don't need a man because they can go to a sperm bank. It's over. Liang, they don't want to go to sperm banks because they don't want to spend the money. All right. And this is something that somebody put me onto. I was discussing this. And again, it'll be his own video. Women are getting pregnant from these guys. I mean, I don't know how many men in here have been asked by women to get them pregnant because they wanted babies. Oh, you ain't got to raise them. You ain't got to help. You ain't got to contribute no money. You ain't got to do this. You ain't got to do that.
Have you heard about the sperminator?
What?
Hold that thought, Ian. Hold that thought. I just got a few. I got a few comments more. I got a few more comments, right? So they get pregnant because they know that a man doesn't want kids. Therefore, they would inevitably be baby moms. See, they get pregnant by men who don't want kids, so they don't have to be bothered with the man that don't want kids. Listen, the only time you see this fight really is when you got these women who are, preventing a baby fathers from seeing their kids, right? They did, oh, you ain't working hard enough to be a father, right? So you gonna build the wall and then tell me that I'm not working hard enough to get through the wall. That's some victim blaming ass shit, right? So I've been alive for almost 30 years and I've still never seen a man leave his kids. These B words are purposely having kids by random men. All right, that's all the comments, right? So without further ado, I'm gonna address my man Hassani. Hassani, turn your mic on. I want to hear from you real quick. Ian, hold that sperminator thought. We're gonna get right to that.
Yes, sir.
Bishop X, talk to me. Hassani. Is he there? So, okay, Hassani, hold on 1 second. Hold that thought. Ian, Mr. Graves, I want you to talk to us about the sperminator.
Okay, so the sperminator is a white Jewish man who went online, right, and advertised himself to black women. These black women, I don't know what the number was, 30, 40 black women, knowingly went to this white man. He fucked them in random places, restaurants, bathrooms, all kind of madness, right? to get his kid, right? But it didn't work out in the end because actually this guy, he was a physician or some sort. They end up getting this nigga on child support.
Mm. Yeah, it was. I remember that. It was way back. That's weird. And it was funny because it was like these black women, they were running after having this dude.
Yeah, because he was a white male.
Yep.
You know what I'm
That
saying?
was the only reason.
So wait,
And that
so
was
they
and that's around the time when ghetto guy came out.
how many kids did he have?
Like I said, I think it was about 30, at least 30 women or so.
Oh, let me Google it right now. Hold on.
Yeah, you Google it.
So check it out, right? They went
Even a lesbian couple, I think,
Mhm.
or two came to him, and even they put him on child support.
So they came to a guy for a sperm donation.
Yeah,
Under the premise they just wanted to be, they just wanted to be mothers. They didn't need him.
He fathered 78 children.
Yeah. How many?
78.
Oh,
78 kids.
Yeah,
He cannot be paying child support for 78 kids.
He is. No, he's not. But not all of them came for him for child support because they had an agreement, So I think it wasn't that many that came for him for child support, but basically put him on Skid Row. None of that physician money is going in his pocket.
Mm.
They put him on Skid Row?
They ruined his career. Well,
he's still working. He just ain't getting none of the money from his physician position.
Mm. So basically, I'm getting some slides ready as we're speaking, right? Again, there's this effort, there's this concentrated effort at this point. I mean, anytime I say concentrated effort, people be like, who trying to do that? Who trying to do this? I don't see nobody trying to, when I said what I said about stepdad culture, there was all this denial. Ain't nobody telling black men they got to be stepdads. And then when I prove it,
and then Disney came out with that movie.
Yeah. So, said the most were black women. So the women that went to the sperminator, most of them were black women.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Most
I think all of them. Maybe all of them.
Well, you said there was a white couple that went to him, so it couldn't be all of them.
No. I said a lesbian couple.
Oh, a lesbian couple. So She Hate Me. Yeah, so She Hate Me. So you remember the movie She Hate Me where all these lesbian women went to, what's his name? Anthony Mackie?
No, I never watched that.
There was a Spike Lee movie, right? So all these women go to Anthony Mackie for sperm, and they each pay him, I think, what, $10,000 because he was working and he was, making all this money. And he was going through hard times. I think he got fired or something like that. So he had to start selling sperm, right? Mm-hmm. So, all of these, you never seen that that meme where all the girls standing at the door and they waiting to get into, to fuck with Anthony Mackie because he was slinging sperm, 10,000.
Wow.
He was slinging sperm 10 G's a pop, right?
Okay.
So again, women, going after this idea of being single mothers on purpose, right? Because nobody talks about that, right? The on purpose single mother. So let me see this slide here, right? So we've all seen this sort of thing. Let me pull this up. So let me see if I can. Am I pulling up the right one? No, that's
a lot of these chicks become single mothers on purpose because they don't want to work too. They'll just sit there and collect a tax check, and that's what it is.
So we've all been online and we see these dating profiles, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of these obviously pregnant women, right? This is
You know what? I've never seen one. You know what I'm saying? Like on, like on the fly. I never actually seen one like when I was scrolling. I never seen one.
So
But
basically,
I see them screenshot,
so
but I've never
so
seen one.
I've actually.
let me read this here, right? So it's 27. I'm pregnant and dating grown men only. Grown men only. Don't need a father for my child, but a great role model would be great. I am a mother first. I can go out sometimes, but I'm not free every day. Focused on raising my children and live stress free, right?
Her priorities are
So
jacked up.
so let's put no, her priorities are her priorities.
She
See,
wants a roommate.
every no, she wants a dude to come through smash, right? I can go out sometimes, but I'm not free every day. She doesn't want a dude to move in. She doesn't want, and then she says, I don't need a father for my child, which means I don't want you to assert any authority. I just want you to be a role model. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Come through, maybe suggest some things, maybe, be around so my kid can see, oh, you're around, but these are my kids. You have no authority. You're just a fuck buddy or some shit like that. Fuck out of here, right? So
Pregnant 304s.
understand, right? Now, the first reaction you had to this, Shane, was she got her priorities fucked up. To me, when guys say that, it sounds like saying that when we say, oh, the system fails black men. No, it was never meant to help you. So understand her priorities are sound for her objective. Her objective is to be a single mother with a man with no input, no authority. Okay. To us, her priorities may be fucked up because we have a different objective than she does. Right.
I mean, I could say why I said that, because it's like, as a man, the first thing I'm thinking of is that a triage was the most important things. You know what I mean? Hence the word priority.
Understand the first few words you said is as a man. You said as a man.
Right. So it's like she's got a life coming into the world, and only thing she could think about is her instant gratification.
That's her objective.
Mm-hmm.
Understand, everybody has different objectives. If she said that she wanted to raise a productive child, and then she said that, then her priorities would be fucked up. But that's not her priority. Understand, everybody doesn't want the same thing. What these women want is they want freedom, they want autonomy, but they want it without accountability, right? So understand that her objective is to be a single mother. That's what this says. Like, there's no way around it. And understand, we understand that this doesn't produce the best outcomes. But then this generation of women, mind you, the last generation of women did exactly this. They just didn't have the internet to put it out there. The last generation of women did exactly what this woman and many others are doing. And they produced a generation of men that are weak. And the women are saying that they're weak. And as soon as we say, well, the women raised them. Oh, why you got to blame women? Because the women raised them. And then they'll blame the guy who wasn't there, that they never intended to be there.
Yep.
They'll blame the guy who they never intended. It's a cop-out. I'm sorry?
That's where you get that phrase, mama's baby, daddy's maybe.
Yeah. So, yeah.
I was just on the Peeps, right? And Anton was saying that we dropped the ball, and I'm like, we didn't drop the ball. Like, there has never been any allegiance between black men and black women. We didn't drop the ball talking about, oh, the men left and they did this. Like, nah, bro. We didn't drop the ball. There was no allegiance where, coming out of chattel slavery, it was our God, God-given duty to take care of black women. So since when?
Man, what did
You
he
know,
say to that?
yeah, yeah. Just I was just on the show. It's on live now, but I'm like, I had to come in the comments. I'm like, yo, man, it's not our responsibility. You know what I'm saying? And even if those relationships didn't work out, okay, you can't say, okay, he's a bad person, because look at the majority of black women who went with white feminism. You know what I'm saying? To
Mhm.
stop black men to give it to bring the vote, because he brought that up. You know, he was bringing that up, like, okay, black women were oppressed, type of thing. Like, yo, man, you're not up on the history, are you?
So let's go into this one. So good tier coochie or hoochie. This is good tier hoochie or god tier hoochie. Pardon me. God tier God
Get it
tier
right. Get it
hoochie.
right.
Yeah, get it right, right? You're like, say my name right, period. Right?
We
God
know
tier
where you're
hoochie.
at. You can
She
short that
says,
down to 4.
stop trying to convince us that the nuclear family is necessary for black people to thrive. It's actually disrespectful, right? So you can't see it. My name is blocking the last line. It says it's actually disrespectful. That's what she says, right? It's actually disrespectful for us to say, stop trying to convince us that the nuclear family is necessary for black people to thrive. Okay. Okay. So hold that thought. Let's catch up with some of these comments. Kerry Washington was carpet munching in that Spike Lee joint. Nice work. Yes, sir. All right.
But
This is why
that's hypocritical for them to say that the nuclear family is disrespectful. That's hypocritical, right?
I understand that. We're going to address that in a second, right? Let me catch up. So Black Oru says, if she was that way before you got there, at least there is one problem that she can't give you in the short term, right? In this day and age, you're asking for major problems, even death. All right. So we had nowhere else to go in this country but the black women, and likewise they were stuck with us. We were stuck with each other at one point, and it was a convenience dynamic that they definitely did not want.
Mhm.
And as soon as they got the opt out, they took it.
They took it.
Right. I often say that the community and black progress is something that generally men want. It is not women's objective. And I think that black men are struggling with this reality. They are struggling with the reality that black women do not want what they want and don't want what they say they want. Right.
Mhm.
So I don't know who Anton is. Let me see. Yeah, he is a simp, Cortez. So black people are not thriving. 2050, the black American household net worth will be at 0. Right. Um, something that I did not get to address when I was on the Bit of Truth show live, right, is the abandonment of the because I got Black Oru here, so I want him to hear this because it was something that when I was on the live with him, I didn't get to address, right?
Mhm.
Right. And guys are not gonna feel me for it, but I am SISBM. Save yourself, black man, right? Now, different people might see that defined in different ways, right? But the way I feel is this: these women don't want what we want. Period. First of all, black American women aren't the only black women in the world. Let's say that first, right? Also, if
Black women
if
in the UK and in Africa are actually on a higher level of delusion than they are in the United States. Don't get
that's
it twisted.
fine, but blackness doesn't stop there either, right? If this is
Yeah,
what
but
you
but
want,
the but hold on. When you say that though, Shane, you're not taking into account that there's still a social and community structure to keep them in line despite their individual wants and desires. So you're still going to be better off because they were born in, and there is a structure, family structure, that's still going to be telling them, you might need to submit.
okay, that sounds great too. But the point that I'm getting to, because again, right now, what we're doing is we're creating more fuckboy shit. Okay.
Mhm.
Dealing with black women as a pookie, right? You have nothing to lose. You get some kids that you don't have to take care of. You still get all this praise. Or maybe she says, "Oh, my baby daddy ain't shit," but but thugs are, the smoothest, dick slingingest, swaggerous, best, option for of manhood in the hood. Even though they, slapping you, killing you, not taking care of kids, all this other shit, right? The thugs. And let's define thug as the criminal, because that's what thug means. We ain't talking about hood dudes. We ain't talking about people from the streets, or people that grew up in, underprivileged, whatever, because a lot of those people come out of the situations, but a lot of them don't. We're talking about thugs. We're talking about criminals that they like, guys who have violent criminal histories and things of that nature. That's what they like. They say they like it. I'm not putting it on them. They say it, right?
Yeah, they say
What what black men have to do is remove themselves from this idea of racial loyalty, because we
yes.
can. Because we can. Now, look, I'm not against, listen, I would prefer it to be the other way. But it's just like we tell people when it comes to politics, well, get off the Democratic plantation. And if you're going to keep voting Democrat, and not getting what you want, then you can't really cry, complain, et cetera, et cetera. At some point, you got to take your genetics somewhere else. Period. You got to take your resources somewhere else. You are responsible for your own happiness, period. You're responsible for your own happiness. You can't let, the dominant culture nor your women tell you how to make yourself happy, or that you are to be happy by facilitating their happiness or their lifestyle. There's no all this sense of duty that black men have, and perpetuating the genotype and all of that shit. Look, for any black man that wants to do that, I am not against you. Just understand, I don't want to hear about the issues that you're facing trying to make that happen, when these women are telling you outright that they don't fuck with you. Okay, so let's bring up some of these comments. We read that already. Yeah, black men are refugees within this country. Absolutely. Black men wonder what. African women, yes, sir. Black men wonder, what do we become if we are not mating with the same women our fathers and grandfathers mated with? I want to know, why are you invested, right? And Uru, I'm open to bringing you in if you want to come in, right?
Here's the thing, right? That's a good question, because if you're a black man, let's say you mate with a white woman, does that mean that your lineage is not going to be black no more? As long as that one drop exists, that's all that matters.
This is true, because I mean, a lot of people attribute the one drop rule to, rules that white men created, right? But the fact is that
lineage is based on paternity, not maternity.
no, but my argument to those people is that black men, or the black genetics, are the dominant genetics. Black genes are dominant. Right. If people are worried about, understand, first of all, white folks are worried about going extinct. All right. Black people are not going anywhere. It would take a concentrated effort to breed blackness out of the global population. Right.
That ain't even possible.
It would be very difficult to do. Right. The same way you should take your vote from people who don't support your interests, you should take your genetic material and your resources elsewhere. Right. So I'm gonna bring Uru in, right? I want to read some more of his comments first. All right. Not all fuckboys are Pookies and Ray Ray. This is true, Uru. Hell, I know dudes who have law and dental licenses that chicks call fuckboys. Well, chicks call fuckboys anybody that ain't with they shit, even with dudes with they shit together trying to be productive, right? I mostly view fuckboys to be a female shaming tactic used against men who care a lot more about their own happiness than they do that of some useless females. Agreed.
I was gonna say that.
Agreed.
They will call a man a fuckboy simply because they can't control him.
They call, fuck boys, incels, and these words actually have real meanings. I mean, even though they're for the most part you know, what you call it, urban dictionary terms, right? Slang terms, because a fuck boy is a slang term.
Yeah, what's the name was calling 50 Cent a fuck boy, and then turn around talking about he was the love of my life, and she still want to get with him.
Who's this? You talking about Vivica?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
So
you telling on yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. So let me bring up another slide. This is slide number 14. So let me bring that up. Yeah. So, what my argument is that these women create the men that they're complaining about. Okay, so I'm gonna read this, right? And we went through this before, but for those that missed it on a previous live, okay, so the role of African American mothers, academics, gender stereotype endorsement in shaping achievement related expectations for and perceptions of their own children, right? Was examined. So mothers of 7th and 8th grade graders completed measures. I'm trying to bring it up on my tablet because part of it is blocked. Perceptions of 7th and 8th graders completed measures of expectations for their children's future educational attainment, perceptions of their children's academic competence, and academic gender stereotypes. Consistent with hypotheses, mothers held less favorable expectations for their sons perceived their sons to be less academically competent than their daughters. In addition, mothers reported stereotypes favoring girls over boys in academic domains, right? So I'm gonna pause right here, right? Black mothers, hold on, let me bring this back full screen. Black mothers perceive their sons to be dumber than their daughters because black women perceive their men to be incompetent. So why would their sons be any different, right? So let me continue. So, in addition, mothers reported stereotypes favoring girls over boys in academic domains. Stereotype endorsement, in turn, was related to mothers' educational expectations for and beliefs about the academic competence of their own children, even with youth's actual achievement control. So, what that means is if their boys were doing better than their girls, they still felt the opposite.
Damn.
Their sons could be outperforming their daughters, but it wouldn't matter. They still think girls are smarter than boys. So let me read this last part because I have it highlighted. Negative stereotypes. Let me bring this up on my tablet because it's blocked here. So negative stereotypes about the academic abilities of African American boys may create a negative feedback loop, thereby contributing to the maintenance of the gender gap in African Americans' educational outcomes. So what that last part means is their thoughts about the incompetence of boys and men perpetuates incompetence in boys and men. So when women complain about their sons or men that are produced in our culture being incompetent, uneducated, fuck boys, understand they produce this outcome. not just with their choices and the environments that they put these guys, these men in and these boys in, but by their own beliefs being perpetuated.
And unfortunately, that's actually what their goal is to produce. Those are the kind of boys they want to produce.
Absolutely.
Because they
so,
all,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Because in a sense they need something to feed off of, and if they don't have disabled black males, they don't have anything to feed off of socially, meaning they don't have someone to downgrade so that they can uplift themselves, and then economically in terms of just stealing resources from unwitting black males, but that even goes to the point to where there's a lot of cases, and there was one on the cover of Ebony magazine some years ago where this woman, an educated woman, with degrees, PhDs and all that, right? She had her 5-year-old have an intervention with the police in the school system while she was at work. So her 5-year-old basically went through a scared straight program at school, and she wasn't present. So the boy had a father, right? And the reason I know he had a father, right, that she probably wasn't allowing to do his job in parenting, because he had to go pick the boy up after everything ensued from the mental hospital, right? Where he was for a couple of hours, still zip tied when the father got there, and the father had no idea that this intervention with the police was going on, because what happened was they locked the little boy in the room with the policeman, and the policeman scared the boy, and the boy got scared and started slapping the police. The little boy, he wasn't no threat to the police. You know what I'm saying? There wasn't no weapons or nothing like that. He was just probably just doing what kids do and hitting the police, not even with an open hand, with a closed fist or nothing like that. So their response was to that, to scaring the little boy, was to put him in zip ties and take him to the mental hospital, right? And the whole time, like I said, the black woman, she said, she was too busy. She couldn't be there while this dangerous, situation was going on. And even when they called her, right, she said she was on assignment out in the field and couldn't go pick the boy up. So he had to spend hours in the mental hospital still zip tied. And finally they got in touch with the father, and the father got, the father was, probably out of his mind, but he had to go pick the kid up. And then she gets on Ebony magazine and says that she's the victim. But you set this up.
So it never occurred to anyone to call a father at any point. I just want to point that out. Because she said she couldn't go there, right? She was busy. She was on assignment.
He probably wasn't included as an emergency contact.
Absolutely. So, but that's deliberate. So understand that there was a decision made at some point, maybe not that day, but before that day, to let that boy stay with the police as a corrective device as opposed to his own father, right? So this is what I'm gonna do. Oru, give me 1 second. I'm gonna read the rest of these comments, and then I want you in here, right? So correct, you a fuck boy if you don't put them number one. Get the fuck out of here, ho. Black women have confirmation bias. All right, so Reynold says protect your DNA is worth more than silver, gold, platinum, and even crypto. And then you have to dodge the new Me Too hustle. Good luck, SYSBM. And Cortez says white women think they're smarter than white men. So with black women, it's much worse. All right. So with
that's
that
true.
said,
That's true.
With that said, I want to say what's going on, Black Oru, and welcome.
Hey, thanks for having me up, brother.
Hold on, before you go, I want to give you the drink champs welcome. Because I've been waiting for this one for a long time. Black Oru strikes. Now me and this man have traded words on other platforms, but he's never been here. I have no negative feelings towards this man. We trade ideas, and sometimes those ideas don't see eye to eye, but I'm very interested in what he has to say on this topic. So talk to us, bro.
Well, I mean, I think, well, first of all, I said, first of all, thanks for having me on your panel.
Yes, sir.
I've been enjoying the discussion. You know, the one thing about the fuck boy comment, and I said earlier, you know, it's weird. I mean, in one respect, we think about the fuck boy, we kind of analogize it to that of Pookie and Ray Ray. But you know, the interesting, you know, I have two adult daughters, you know, and over the years, I would hear them or witness them use that term either in reference to some dude they may have been involved with, or you know, friends of theirs, female friends. And when they used the term, they weren't talking about Pookie and Ray Ray. They were talking about some particularly probably good-looking brother, particularly tall, particularly self-assured brother who didn't care as much about them as they wanted them to care about them. So I kind of view fuckboy, and I'm not disputing how you or anyone else choose to use it, but from my own personal observation, I view a fuckboy as a man who is smart enough to care a lot more about himself than he is the vast majority of females that he encounters. So I have a kind of complex view of that term, I guess.
I think it's, you know, with as with a lot of terms that have come out recently, I think a lot of these terms can be subjective, right? I do like your definition of it because I know guys who are fuckboys who I would define them as such, right? Not, you know, independent of what a woman might say, right? I would define them as such. Shit, I would self-proclaim myself as a fuck boy. You understand what I'm saying? Because I give a fuck about me more than all this other bullshit that I'm told to give a fuck about, right?
Indeed.
So
Indeed.
I agree with you. And I think that aside from that, the word is erroneously thrown around to mean anybody, you know, like toxic masculinity or incel. Like these words have been tossed around out of context, because an incel is someone who by no voluntary means or thoughts of his own is celibate. That's what it means. That's the definition. You know, and you get women and guys who just call men incels because they don't agree with something.
I've always had a little bit different of an idea of what a fuckboy is. Just from observing how some guys I've seen move, and those guys typically, they just kind of go through life without any thought of their actions after they do them. You know what I mean? They'll fuck with girls, you know, spin their plates, mess with their emotions, just do what they do and just live in the moment, not caring about any of the consequences, and they typically can be self-destructive and unproductive throughout life.
Yeah.
I think that's the main thing.
I've seen that definition too. I've seen that definition too.
A fuckboy is always somebody who
both
doesn't
are correct.
care.
But both are correct, though.
Yes, sir. Because, you know, we have words in the dictionary to have more than one meaning. Understand, right, that a lot of these terms hold the context of the person applying it a lot of times, right? Now, a lot of the uses are erroneous, but then Shane, what you're saying is more attributable to the original context and use of the word, and then it got stretched into what Uru was saying and things like that, because they pervert the use of these words.
Yeah.
Right. And then when they
doesn't care about his own self-preservation.
You know, another example of that is the term toxic masculinity, which actually is somewhat analogous to fuckboy, where they take start out with an extreme negative example of a behavior with someone who just happens to be a man. I mean, whether it's masculine is just really coincidental to the fact that this is just happens to be something that a man is doing, right? So you label that as toxic masculinity, but there's a kind of rhetorical, intellectual creep that occurs with that term that sort of spreads like a virus to almost anything that a man does. And it becomes a very effective way of neutering the wholesale behavior and character of men by virtually tainting anything closely associated with men has to be brought forth to a tribunal as to whether or not that behavior is inherently toxic. So almost anything you do, if you watch sports too much, if you play, in their view, play video games a lot, or a lot of things that just men happen to enjoy are conveniently put in this group of toxic masculinity. So
it's funny. The original definition actually was created by men themselves. Men, the white manosphere actually created the term toxic masculinity, but it was based on the fact of men who weren't masculine enough. So the toxicity actually was in the other direction. It was a lack of masculinity that made it toxic, and not an overabundance in fact.
So in New York, and Hassani, you're from NY like me. There's, you go on the subway and there's this thing they call man spreading, right? Okay. Hassani laughs immediately because he knows what I'm talking
laughing.
about.
What's going on?
Okay, so everybody in the chat, right? There's this thing called man spreading, right? Because you got mansplaining and you got man this, man that. So you got this thing called man spreading. So, typically a guy, he sits down in a chair, he doesn't cross his legs, right? He sits down and, he already laughing, right? He sits down and his legs are spread apart, right?
He don't want to squeeze his balls and shit.
Okay, so they have, this thing where if you get on the subway, they have signs up that says no man spreading, right? And then they'll have like, one of those icons, those man icons, but there's a guy sitting down with his legs spread apart, taking up like maybe 1.5 seats or whatever. It's man spreading.
Hold up, Marcus. You telling me like you actually have like real signs that the
tell them
the
how
company or the government has put up?
There are actual signs.
The city. Yes.
Now, do they actually use the term man spreading?
Yes, they do.
Yes. It's
interesting. I mean, that's how much power women have in the society now. That's a grossly discriminatory term. Grossly discriminatory. A woman can spread her legs or spread herself out just as much as a man. So the fact that they are very comfortably using a gender discriminatory term really speaks to how far we've allowed this thing to go afield.
Mm-hmm.
So in a second, because I Googled it and I'm gonna pull it up in a second.
I can't believe that, bro.
Yeah,
I didn't know. I didn't know they didn't have this in other places. But yes, man, they will.
It's
shame
also
you for man.
It's also you got the mansplaining as well. The mansplaining. Men can't even talk a certain way without being some sort of tort.
We're talking about signs that put up by a company, recognized by institutions.
Yeah, but they do that with mansplaining too. So understand, right? And I don't think that there's a man in here that has not been, whether it be in a real conversation on the internet or on a live stream, has been in a conversation with a female and has been interrupted more times than they care to want to admit, right? But there's no name for that. There's a name. Yeah, there's a name for all of this other stuff, man spreading, mansplaining, and things like that, but I mean,
pull up the sign. Let me see with my own eyes.
But they have a sign and they have like a picture of like a man. If you go on the subway, they have a picture of a man next to a woman, and she's all cramped in a corner, and he's there with his legs spread. And then there's another one. There's another one that like it's a cartoon, but it'll have it on the different subways. It'll say, "Dude, stop the spread."
Wow.
Like I didn't know that other trains and other places didn't have that.
Hold on, Guru. Hold on, Guru. Finish what you said.
No, but I didn't know that other places didn't have this. They have a few signs. They'll have like a billboard, and they'll have it like an actual stick figures. They'll show a man with his legs spread and a red slash to it. It's like, don't stop the spread. It's supposed to be funny, but yeah, it's been everywhere for a few years now since I started going back to work in the city.
Wow, that's amazing.
You know
So
what?
so there it is. It's a do stop the spread. It's a space issue, right? So you see the guy, he's red, on the subway. Green characters are what you're supposed to be doing, and red characters are what you're not supposed to be doing. So dude, stop the spread. Dude.
Yeah, that's definitely on the subway.
Right? So there it is, right there. You can see it, right?
I saw this video where this woman was going around assaulting men that were manspreading.
Yeah,
Really?
So,
Yeah.
Yeah, that was in Australia.
Yep.
So
that was crazy.
we're gonna
She
catch
was
up with
like
some of these.
coffee in their lap or something.
Bleach.
Let's catch up with some of these comments. Women always mention height, but why do I almost never see them with tall men? Because tall men are the minority. Right. All that heightism bullshit is ridiculous, right? Heightism, right? Oh, this is a word that if you type in, you won't get too much, but what they call it, what they go, what beauty stands, what's it? Oh, body shaming, right?
Yeah.
Body shaming is a real movement, right?
Yeah.
So okay,
Not just it's just not for men. It's just not for men.
they said toxic masculinity.
We can't attack.
If
So
women want to be fat, let them be fat.
So toxic masculinity term has been out since the 50s. I'm not aware of that, right? So what about women spreading and the state, MTA? No, MTA is the city, bro. MTA is not the state, it's the city. But the thing is, right, and I don't want to get too far from the fuckboy assembly line. All of these things, okay, these are things that women are trying to breed out of men. They're trying to breed the man out of men. So remove the man, right? Remove the male influence so that you can raise your boys weak because you want weak men.
Yeah. So they can be preyed upon.
It's like, it's a definite indoctrination happening, right? Whether they are doing it, in their mind, they could be aware of it or not. Understand that these women are opposed to dominant, men in the environment, unless it's these guys, these Pookies, Ray Rays, but understand they want control over them too. And the reason why they typically pick them, right? Because again, these are the uneducated, weak men that they complain about, but they can control these guys, right? Doja Cat with her song, niggas ain't shit, run up in your crib, all up in your fridge, right? I don't think there's a man on this panel that's all up in the chick fridge.
That behaves like that. Like, what kind of dudes do you know? You know what I'm saying?
That means, let me tell you, I said it to Gigi. Who you complain about says a lot about who you engage with. Okay? Now, we complain about black women because we engage with them.
I thought Doja Cat didn't even deal with bro like that.
Come on, man. They take that dick, bro.
Well, yeah, I know they do, but I mean, at least, publicly.
Yeah, publicly.
Publicly, she presented herself.
Let's women these days in the social market will present themselves as straight up lesbians, but behind closed doors, you know what's going on.
Yeah, all these women online talking about conquered men, this and y'all motherfuckers is weak. That all this cat on social media, and they got the emergency break the glass dick come through at dick hours, and it'd be the same fuckboy in the under the definition that they use the word. It'd be the same fuckboy that passed through. again,
Yeah.
there's the
Yeah,
woman
I
that I,
mean, and as long as you don't mind being a human dildo, that's okay. But you know
but
that,
these guys, of course, they don't mind.
yeah.
Of
But
course, they don't.
the real problem with this, not the real problem because it's all a problem, but from my own experience, and Mr. Anderson, every time he see me, he make fun of me because he said I got trauma because when I was running with ADOS, trying to do reparations and stuff like that, and the women there were intimidated, because I was there for reparations. They were there in a group to get positions, to get recognition. You know what I'm saying? So I come there, right? And they see that I'm a leader and people are listening to me. Like the one chick says, "You're trying to dominate the whole." Like, what you mean? You've been talking. She actually had been talking more than me, right? And told me I was trying to dominate the whole thing. And I only, because you had to raise your hand. I only talked when I raised my hand, and they allowed me to speak. But my dominance in terms of my my leadership or whatever, in the social political realm, they were intimidated by that, and especially when I was calling out the feminism that I thought was antithetical to reaching reparations. They even went so far as to kick me out of the local group, and then try to say that I was going to attack them physically, as the premise of why they needed to get rid of me.
Oh, they did that to Kevin Samuels. They were saying that he was advocating for men to be violent towards women, and there's no proof of that.
No,
No proof of that.
Oh,
not at
when
all.
he was talking about that domestic discipline, I mean, he was basically talking about the same thing that was in line with that was in Shahrazad Ali's book of how to understand black women or whatever. Because there's a
Mhm.
chapter in there talking about how, if a woman gets out of pocket, then the pimp hand got to be strong.
Okay, but again, what I'm trying to understand is all of this stuff. What is the goal? The goal is to, if you're complaining about men who are not, producing, not progressive. If you're complaining about the community not being XYZ, how does the single mother reality, how does eliminating the father or men from the picture
Yeah,
get
the
us
new
there?
the nuclear family. Like, so the whole thing with Brittany Cooper is going around, but she's been doing that for years.
Yeah,
So
I'm gonna
you
pull that
don't
up
want
in
the
a
nuclear
second.
family,
Hmm.
but yet and still you want to say men need to still be responsible as fathers and so on and so forth. How does that possible? We
Because
can't do both. We can't
uh
we can't be absent like you want and be doing the fatherly leadership positions that you say
no,
that
they
are
they
You
don't
needed.
you can
they
you
no,
can do
that's not
you
what they
can
want.
do both if I tell you you can do both, and if I want you to do both, you can do both.
No, but that's not what they want. What they want is what they have, and what they have is men hitting them with that child support, right?
Mhm.
Not having a say, not having custody. If I want to give the kid to you, I can. If not, I don't have to, right? They have that. They get the genetic material, and then they get the support, the financial support that comes with the kid that they wanted, that they didn't want you to play a part in. It's like, you know, uh, being a co-signer on a woman's vehicle, and you paying the car note, and she drive it wherever she want to. It's her car, her name's on the title. She pick up and drop off who she want to pick up and drop off, right? But you paying that note because it's your job as a man. See that phrase? That phrase has
But you,
fucked a lot of us up. That as
but
a
that, but
man
that's,
shit.
but that's historically what happened, and because we don't really know our history, we don't understand that's what happened. I mean, in terms of the civil rights movement, everything that happened in terms of us getting our freedom, in terms of the building the Black Wall Streets, all of that came as a result of black male in industriousness. You know what I'm saying? With or without women, we could have built Black Wall Streets, because hell, we had been building everything anyway. You know what I'm saying? So, but when Black women, they want to feel more important than they really are. Like, we never needed you to build anything. We built everything. Why all of a sudden, would we need you? You know what I'm saying? And so in order for us to need them, they have to take away our history as men. You know what I'm saying? The fact that they actually relied on us, you know, and them needing to get the right to vote. Get the right to vote for what? To do what? You know what I'm saying? You don't know what to do with the vote. First of all, you want to vote for what reason? For what reason?
Because their objective is not your objective. And this is, again, this is the part we struggle with. It's like when we say, well, America has failed the Black man. No, it has not failed you. It wasn't made to not fail you. You were not part of the plan. Your progression, your enhancement, your advancement was never part of the plan. You can't get mad at a sugar machine for making, if a sugar machine is supposed to make sugar, but you can't get mad at it for not making salt.
Yeah.
Right?
Not only was it not a part of the plan, actually the opposite was the plan, because America started out a pyramid scheme whereby, certain people got to, just by birth of their place where state they were born in, were automatically put at a certain strata. So if you were a Black male, you were essentially born to give 100% and get 1%. That was by design. It was by design for others to succeed, for us to give 100% and get less than 1%. That's how America was made. That's the pyramid scheme of the United States of America. So, of course, we were never expected to participate and succeed in the system. No, the system required that we be in the position we were in for others to succeed.
So understand, this system is working how it's supposed to work. And Black women are doing what they're supposed to do for their objective. Their objective is to run it. It doesn't matter if they run it into the ground. Like I told Bitter Truth, and I told Gigi. I said the plan is not perfect. I said, hey, me and everybody on this panel, we can plan to rob a bank, and I can make a bad plan to do it. Right? And somebody might look at that plan like, how did these guys plan to escape? Maybe it was a bad plan. We didn't plan for the end, but the plan was to rob the bank and get out with the money. That was the plan.
Right. Going through with it was the success. It's basically.
Well, yeah, we might all get shot on the way out the building. Right?
But as long as we did it and we got recognition for it.
It's not even that. What I'm saying is, we sitting around before we do it. Yo, man, we finna rob this bank, right? We gonna get out and we gonna be rich. That's the plan, right? Now the plan executed, right? The way we plan it might not work. We don't make it out alive. We all get shot. And people might say, well, their priorities was fucked up. No, we just had a bad plan. But their objective is to run it. And whatever the casualties that come with that is cool, right? So for Black women, it's cool that 12% of their boys read. And that, 88% don't read at a grade the grade level, right? That's fine. Yeah. That's fine with them.
It's cool that they're dying alone, you know.
Listen, at the end of the day, their freedom is paramount. It's not about nothing else. Like, we could sit here and talk about the outcomes of bad planning, but their plan is, to be right. Right? They don't care about none of that other stuff. It's really about their feelings. So
Well,
the, yeah.
no group of women in history are going to make an effective plan for the progression of people that men are not at the head and leadership of.
Yeah.
There have been no other. Where have there been any masses of women that have led the creation and maintenance of some great society? That has never happened.
Nope.
No, not no great
Well, you know,
society.
in the movie Harlem, though, if and not in the movie, in the series Harlem with Megan Good now, she's trying to rewrite history and say that this Asian or this Chinese culture where women are basically able to run the society by being able to choose the men that she want and leave the men where she want. So you need to check that series out, because that's where they're going. But another guy, Manosphere Highlights, went over and he said, no, that's a little more exaggerated than how you guys are presenting it, you know.
Yeah. I watched it. Those women actually live in abject poverty for the most part.
Okay.
So let me read some of these comments. Let me get through them. Let me get through the comments, fellas, because there's a lot of them. Right? Hold your thoughts. So I played basketball, and women are capping about wanting height. The shortest dudes have the best looking and the most women because they are more flashy. MTA, Metro North, Long Island Railroad, NYC Transit, all under Metropolitan Transit Authority State Agency. Okay. If that's the case, I stand corrected. But I've always known, like, NYC, because that's NYC, the city. I always viewed the MTA as a city thing. I'll take that into consideration, Liang. Right. So Ian, you must have some stories to tell, brother. They kicked you out of the local ADOS chapter. I'm not surprised. Yeah, the goal is to usurp male authority. I don't think that there's anything to usurp. Black men never had authority, so we can't be oppressors and conquered at the same time. You can't do that, right? They want the responsibility with no accountability. Facts. Peace, family. What's good? What's good? Sinister voices. I see you. Yes, protect your DNA. They are creating drones for the colony and baby fathers for the next generation of their culture. Patriarch Turner, simping forces. Okay, see, but does it matter? The birth rate among Black Americans under replacement levels. So the Black people in America will die out anyway, right? So this is the thing, right? That I see a lot of guys worried about. They're worried about the, kind of like what white people are worried about. The continuance of the race. So it's like, oh, if we date out or if we marry out or whatever, they're worried about diluting blackness, right?
Mm-hmm.
But so, does it matter?
Who asked that?
Not Hassani.
Okay, so talk to me. Talk to me.
I've always said this, which is more important, the skin color of your son or your bloodline? Because last I checked, not very many people in this room are darker skinned than me. That means somebody's grandmother or great grandmother decided that it wasn't very important about giving it up to a dark skinned Black man. So what is more important to you? Like people will shame me because I was with a non-Black woman. But at the end of the day, like, is it more important that your child has the same skin color as you, or your child looks like you?
So hold that thought. I'm gonna run through now. That's your question. I'm gonna start with Shane.
And I got something to say about that.
Hold that thought. I want to go in order. Shane, respond to him. You first.
Yeah, we were actually talking about this exact thing earlier offline, and the way I see it, I mean the Black gene is dominant anyway, and lineage comes from paternity, not maternity. As far as the whole color thing, is Black women that are more color struck than anything. You know what I mean? They care about what shade a child is and what texture hair that child has more than anything. But when it comes to men, we're focused on, we understand what legacy actually is. It's not skin color, it's blood. So I mean that's how I look at it right there. I mean,
Okay,
if a
Ian,
black
what's
man
up?
goes out and procreates with a million uh women of other ethnicities, you're gonna see those dominant features come out in each one of those projects.
Facts, but
So
let's
my,
let
you know,
go ahead.
my response is this. So, you know, because I used to, at a certain point I got in my life, I used to call myself a born again black man, right? Meaning there was a lot of so Tariq Nasheed has all the the Hidden Colors movies, right? So all the books and information it took for him to do those movies, that's a lot of information, right? I mean, it looks easy because the way he did it, right? Because you can go online and read, but back then to get that level to where because nothing that I saw in his movies I'd already read in books and studied already, right? So, but to get that knowledge, you had to spend I had to spend lots of money and time and effort. You know what I'm saying? So that meaning to say, so to some degree what was driving me is that I felt compelled that, okay, who is going to be responsible for keeping up the history of our people, right? Because I felt almost anxious, debilitatingly anxious, like, okay, I'm the one that's going to have to be the one to do it, because I don't know, and if I don't do it, what's going to happen to us all, type of thing. So I was taking on my back individually the whole race of the people in the United States. You know what I'm saying? And to some degree, it hindered my enjoyment of life and my personal pursuit of happiness. But that goes the same way, too. I feel about the skin color and the race. Now who said it? It's our responsibility. We're human beings first. Who said it was our responsibility to be responsible for carrying forth a skin color? Who told us that was a necessary responsibility that we should take on above and beyond trying to work for ourselves and trying to propagate our seed?
Well, and I'm gonna move on to Black Uru next. Matter of fact, you know what? I'll wait until he let him respond to Hassani and respond to you, and I'll go last. I'll give my input last. Uru, what's up?
Uh, I think this is a very complicated thing. I mean, um, you know, I look at my daughters. My oldest daughter is almost like the spitting image of my sister, like almost a spitting image of my sister. My younger daughter looks just like my mother. My mother died a few years ago, so now sometimes I just look at my younger daughter and I think about my mom. Um, you know, I do think there is something natural about wanting your children and maybe to some degree your grandchildren to be reflective of your own physiological heritage. And obviously that tends to be a little more visually obtainable when you stay within, proximity, if you will, of your own race. And I'll use the race term loosely because obviously that term means different things biologically versus sociologically, culturally, etc. So I mean I think there's when you're I remember my father died, and I remember we have a couple of my aunts. I'm 60, so I'm old, but I am fortunate enough to still have a few people left from even the prior generation. You know, aunts near 90 years old, and I remember them looking at me and referring to me by my father's name. This is a guy I didn't really even have a particularly great relationship with. But, when people come up to you and, they look at you, people that don't even know you, they look at you and they whisper, he looks just like him.
But that's because you're his son.
He sounds just like him. He talk. I mean, the point I'm making is that, I do think there's a there to Black people wanting to some degree perpetuate their reflection across the generations. I mean, and that's not unique to Black people. I mean, I think most people, to some degree, enjoy and value and appreciate their physiological heritage. I don't think that's unique to Black people. I get the impression you have certain Asian people, certainly a lot of white people who think and feel that way. Latin, Indian, Middle Eastern people. I think most people would like to perpetuate the similarity of their physiological and genetic distinction. So I don't think we can dismiss. Well, I would not casually dismiss the importance of the kinship of how we are reflected. When you look at, my wife has a picture of her great great grandfather in our home, and it's an older picture. It's a beautiful picture. He was a very handsome man, and it's like looking in back in time. This guy this could have been almost like 100 years ago, right, in this picture. And he kind of, in that picture, kind of looked like her father, looked a lot like her father, amazingly like her father. So I think there's a there to that I understand and respect that men and women, but we're talking about Black men here. That's a feature of our existence that's real. That's not that's a real thing, and I do think it's a dilemma. Uh, and I'm very supportive of Black men pursuing any and all opportunity for happiness, even if it's the most opposite, if you will, looking woman who happen to provide such. I'm staunchly pro SYSBM, even though I myself have a Black wife. But I definitely understand the need and the importance and the reason for why Black men should enjoy that right and that freedom to pursue what works best for them. But look, and not even just the physical part, even the way we talk, the cultural aspects that we enjoy, the familiarity that we enjoy amongst ourselves, that didn't just come from men. That did come from our mothers and our aunts and grandmothers and the environment that they provided. Now I know I'm speaking somewhat wistfully, maybe on a different time than you younger men may. So maybe there's a generational gap in that regard. But there are certain things that I say, certain things I do, certain things I laugh about that are very reminiscent of my uncles and great uncles and even some of the females. My family are from the Mississippi Delta, so it's a very sort of distinctive, sort of hardworking, in the made in the soil kind of folks, pick cotton type of thing there. So there's some stuff there, both genetically and culturally, that one ponders as we consider, us becoming, I guess, genetic astronauts. I don't know. I hope I didn't ramble too much.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good. I mean, I understand where you're coming from. What we want ain't necessarily what we get, right?
Right.
So I'm a speak to Hassani's point, and it's been Hassani. Understand, your viewpoint has been something I've been wanting to address for a long time. And I'm not opposed to you, and I'm not opposed to Uru. But this is what I'm gonna say, right? Understand, like, let's pull up this comment real quick. It says, not today, Uru. Black Uru, you are speaking from an older person's, no disrespect, perspective, especially for your age and generation. The Black American culture is highly dysfunctional and fucked up, right?
Yeah.
So that's why
it's not so certain that we want to propagate that, at all costs, because because right now what we see is costing Black men, and that's what I was saying about my experience. This whole pro-Black, born again Black man, because I've never even heard anyone even say that but me. This whole born again Black man pro-Black thing that led me to the reparations group that got the Black women, basically almost about to call the police on me because I was too much of a man for them. That wasn't worth it. You know what I'm saying? It was.
So Ian. So let me say this now, because now I gotta throw my hat into this part right here, right? So let me do something right quick. So
I want to make a point after you get through with this.
Yeah, I got you on the DM, bro. So I want to make a point here. So let's this is what we're gonna do, right? Want y'all to pay attention to this screen, right? Now, this is 50 Cent.
God, she's fine.
And this is his second baby mama, right? That is 50 Cent and his second baby mama. And this is 50 Cent's son with that woman. Okay. Now, 50 is very much involved with this child, very much allowed to be involved with this child. How much drama have you heard about dealing with this child in the media? Have you read or heard about 50? And
that actually looks just like my nephew, my brother. That dynamic that you see there is almost like my brother. He chose a Mexican wife. He never had any trouble from her. He
doesn't fight with this woman at all. In fact, they went on vacation together before the pandemic. They're not dating, but he just said, I want to take my family on vacation. No
now
drama.
Check this out. Because I want to make this point. I don't want to go off on any tangents, right? So you see this picture? That is his son, and that is a non-Black female. Do we agree?
Yeah.
All right. And this is his son, who, if you look at him hard enough, resembles 50 Cent.
Boom.
Right now, let's go to his firstborn child. Okay. This is Marquise Jackson. Right? Like you said, Oru, for all intents and purposes, this kid is the spitting image of 50 Cent. But we know the relationship between Marquise Jackson and Curtis Jackson. And we know how that relationship got to where it is, because when 50 first put out Get Rich or Die Trying, his son was in the music video, his son was on MTV Cribs with him. His son was everywhere with him. His baby's mother, this kid's mother, pretty much destroyed the relationship between 50 and his son. And I think that everybody in the chat can attest to this. If I were to ask, how much drama have you read about between 50 and his son Marquise Jackson, I think that you can say you've come across something, right? They hate each other. And it has nothing to do with 50 doing anything to this boy. We know the relationship soured because of his child's mother. Okay? So, as Sinister Voices say, 50 Cent's son was in the Reebok commercials. Everywhere this man went, he had his son with him. Okay,
and it still wasn't enough. It wasn't enough.
All right. I don't want to. Nope. Let me finish it. All right.
All right. Go ahead, Landon.
All right. Okay, so check this out. Let me ask you, Uru, for all of what we said, is he there? Oh yeah, I see him. So for all of what you said, and I understand you, brother. I do, because I think that most black men, if they could have it their way, they would do it the way you say. That's a yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah. If they had it their way, they would do it the way you say, right? But looking at this man had a child with a woman that quote unquote looks like his mother, because that's what they always use, right? You know, oh, you want a child with a woman who looks like your mother, or you want a woman that looks like your mother. To me, that's a bit sick, but okay, let's run with it, right? So he had a child with a woman that looked like his mother, that had the same physical features and, genetics or phenotype as his mother. And he has no positive relationship with this kid. Right? Now, you look at his other son, and his other son will grow up to love him because he's in his life and his moms ain't tripping and things like that. Right? So let me ask you this. Is it worth it? Is it worth your well-being, your peace, and even the relationship with the child that you produce, that you throw all of that away so that you can have your son closely resemble you? Because at the end of the day, what is the purpose of having children that'll be taught to hate you so they can look like you? You're making a big sacrifice, a bigger sacrifice. Like Hassani says, it's more about what you say, legacy, right?
And it's more about what you're teaching them in your bloodline, your family name, and your family customs.
And there will be, yes, and none of that will happen with this kid that we're looking at. None of that will happen with Marquise Jackson. Marquise Jackson will not be the son that 50 has close to him as far as his bloodline, legacy, whatever, passed down, whatever. Kings look over sons. Kings pass over their sons, sometimes even their firstborn, right?
Well, there's a story in the Bible about that.
Look.
Wait. I want to say one more thing before anybody jumps in. I think that has a point, and has the, after you guys interject, I want Hassani to make his argument, right? I think that this racial loyalty thing, this wanting our sons to look like our mothers and et cetera, it is not worth it anymore. Is to be honest, you gamble more, and if you lose, you lose more trying to uphold these old school ideas of racial loyalty, keeping this skin color, this black phenotype idea perpetual. You lose more. We don't have that. Other cultures do have it. We don't have it. If we can walk away from the democratic plantation and everything else that's not serving us, what is the difference here? It's almost like we're between a rock and a hard place, right? Where we don't want to deal with the nonsense that we talk about with our women, but we're forced to procreate with them and be the stories that we talk about. There's no relationship between 50 and his first son. So what did racial loyalty get him or do for him or his son in that regard? So right now I'm gonna have, hold on, Hassani, I got you. Ian, respond, but keep it short. Like interject, but keep it short, because I want Hassani, because Hassani has something to say about this whole thing. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I think in a lot of ways, from my experience, again, as a born again, because I'm a very unique individual, especially when we're talking about being pro-black and and all this, and Hotep and all this shit. You know what I'm saying? I've been there. I've been there and done that. And my thing is like, I'm coming out and I'm looking at a lot of brothers who are darker than me, and dealing with a lot of things that they deal with, and I'm like, how come you guys are so unserious? Like, so me, you know, I don't have, I mean I may be more lighter skinned, but how is it that I'm taking this thing more serious than what the phenotype supposedly that should be taking it more serious, which is a, should be a bigger target? How am I taking it more serious than them? And I'm like, so this production of this phenotype from my own experience out in the world, it's not producing anything of value. You just got a lot of guys that's looking black, and they're enjoying the cultural wrappings, and the traditions and stuff. But well, it's a dead culture, especially from me coming from the point of view, not from a skin point of view, but from a reverence of what it means to be a black man. What how come I'm the only one reverencing their blackness, to the degree that I am, and everybody else is playing games, type of thing, and I'm like, what's the point?
So Oru, interject please, and then I want to move to Hassani.
I mean, there's a lot. First of all, I hold out some hope of a possibility that 50 and his elder son can reconcile. 50 Cent of Get Rich or Die Trying is not the same 50 Cent of nearly 20 years later. So even the quality of father that he might have been in 2003 may not have been equal to that of the quality of father he is in 2021. I mean, it's possible that he made some mistakes. And I'm not blaming him. I don't know, and I don't pretend to know anything at all about Curtis and his ex-wife or whatever they were, and
His
what he
baby
did to
mom.
his son.
They were
I
not.
don't,
They,
I don't
they were
know, I
not.
don't know anything about it. All I know
Mhm.
is that he's a much more older, accomplished man, presumably wiser man now. Probably have a very different perspective. Probably don't live quite as frenetically now as he did back then. So there are a number of factors that could have come into play that impacted his ability to formulate the relationship with his older son that he can now more skillfully do today. So I think we should give some regard to that. And I say that myself as a parent. There are certain things now I just much more easily do as a father, and just am much more comfortably doing and do in a much more sober and disciplined way than I blasted my way through 20 years ago. So I think that could have been that could have been a factor in what went on there. I'm sure the woman did not do what was needed to formulate build and maintain a good relationship between the two of them. And I'm not disagreeing. There definitely are cultural differences between Ado's women and pretty much all other groups of women that make them particularly difficult to create and build families with. So we're not going to disagree there. And again, that's why I say I am a supporter of SYSBM. So I was providing a perspective not to assert whether that perspective should prevail
Understood.
over any other perspective. I was just broadening the perspective you know, to consider, what does it mean? What will it mean, for example, if 50 Son marries a white woman, and then those children have a white woman, and now 4 generations from now, those people don't look anything like, I mean, don't even look like they could have even been black almost. So, that's the interesting thing to me about the issue of mixing, if you will, not just with your own current decision making, but you know, how it influences the branch that, you know, from which another branch grows, and then leaves grow, and you know, seeds come from that leaf, and then next thing you know, you got a whole different field of plants and trees.
So I'm gonna move to Hassani, right? Now Hassani, there's things that I have on my mind to respond to what he just said and to what some of the people are saying in the chat. You are from New York.
Yes.
You and I have the same consciousness as far as 50 Cent's evolvement, right?
Probably.
Probably. Okay, so I'm gonna gamble that we do, and if not, then I'll fill in the gaps. But I'm not gonna respond right now. I'm gonna let you come in and attack. Not attack, but like
Just give my retort on it.
yeah, give everything, address everything that's been said thus far, whether it be regarding 50 or regarding racial loyalty, lineages, bloodlines, and things of that nature. So
Well,
go ahead.
first of all, to respond to Black Guru. Now, I always hear this. Um, if you marry out and then this person marries out, you won't look like it anymore, right? How many of us have grandparents or great grandparents that weren't ADOS? I know I do, but I still look like my great grandfather. I still have this big nose and I still have a chin. Like there are family features that'll still run. 50 Cent's son, right here in this picture, still looks like him. If he decides to go off and marry a white woman, the grandchild will still have features that look like it's just not from being black, it's from being from your bloodline. And when I was asking before, what's more important? I bring up 50 Cent was a good example, but let's look at Patrick Mahomes. Sitting here in New York in the 90s, in the 2000s, we got to see the Mets. They had a black pitcher, Pat Mahomes. He married a white woman. I mean, white, like blonde hair, blue eyes, light skin. But him and that woman stayed together and he raised his son, taught his son all of his work ethic and all the other things that you want to give to your son. Now his son is the best damn football player in the NFL. You don't get that from uh, raising a son from afar, or you get that by putting your son every day in your house, taking him to practice, instilling your work ethic and your values in them. To me, that's what's the most important. Not that they look like me, not that he can sing, lift every voice and sing, that he does all the things that I do, that my father taught me, that his father taught him. You're supposed to be moving the genes forward. You look at the same thing with LeVar Ball. LeVar Ball could have gotten with some hood rat because he was raised out in the Bay. But he met a white woman on the volleyball team that he vibed with. She let him lead. You don't see her anywhere trying to overtalk him, get in the interviews. She doesn't want none of the shine. She says, my husband will lead and I will follow. This man now has 3 sons in the NBA. And that was his dream and his plan all along. So while I'm cool with people being all right with race loyalty, don't do it to a detriment, because the most important thing is your lineage, not your skin color.
Can I come behind that?
Sure, sir.
Okay. And I want to address some of the comments that are in the chat also. All right, so I'm gonna talk directly into the mic. Oru, I understand what you're saying. This is what I'm gonna say about 50 Cent. And I've met the man, I've spoken to the man. All right. And I've been following 50 Cent. I'm from New York, right? I can speak to him being a very involved father with his oldest son from jump. He had the kid everywhere. I'm speaking to my knowledge of that, right? I'm speaking to my knowledge of that. So while I do hear what you're saying as far as like we all evolve, none of us are the exact same person we were 20 years ago or 30 years ago, right? But there are characteristics that remain throughout life. And you know, this guy, nobody that criticizes 50 Cent questions whether he was a good father to Marquise Jackson when this kid was you know, when he was a toddler. He's in the Wankster video. This kid was everywhere. 50 wanted to give Marquise the world. Marquise is a product of a crazy baby mama situation. You can Google how many times 50 was in court with this woman over the house, over this, over that. 50 fought this woman for his relationship with his son. Right? He fought. It's not hard. I don't expect you to run to Google and look this stuff up. I'm just saying it's not hard to do, right? This is stuff that we know. It's been in the media. 50 Cent is a highly publicized person. Right? Highly publicized person. So he wasn't no fucked up dad that was negligent and this and that and the other. Understand this kid Marquise he's a boy, and that's his mother. And we all know how most men feel about their mothers. It's the thing that they use against us, even in this context. Oh, you want a woman that looks like your mother. They always go for your mother because they know the relationship between most men and their mothers. It's an Achilles heel, right? This man had a great relationship with his young oldest son, his younger oldest son, when the kid was younger. And the kid was taught by his mother to hate his father. Right? Period. So let's take that. Hold on. I'm not done yet, but I'm gonna let Shane, because Shane just told me he got to. Shane, come off mute for a second.
All right.
You said you got to jump. You jumping out right now?
Yeah.
Okay. So, you got anything quick you want to say before you go?
Yeah. Relating to this topic specifically. I was in Facebook group, and I had asked a question that I felt was controversial. I mean, I tend to do that sometimes anyway. But given the state of the quote unquote black community, if you could be reincarnated, you know, I asked the question, would you be black all over again? And you know, a lot of people are stuck on this race loyalty thing. And you know, a few people said, you know, black first, black all the time. Other people just didn't say anything because they was afraid to actually be honest. Because it's like, would you truthfully be born into a failing situation all over again and go through all that bullshit? You know what I mean?
This is a great question, Shane.
Just to end up right back where you are, if not possibly far, far worse. It's one hell of a gamble, you know. To be back in a structure where the women hate you, and you know what I mean, and it's just crazy.
I mean, and by default, when I think about this question, I'm automatically like, okay, I gotta come back as black. But when I objectively look at my choice, I have no reason for it. I have no reason to want to put myself through this.
So I want to continue. I want to Shane. I want to Shane
make that choice. Why do you make that choice?
It's mental enslavement, I think.
Check this out. Hold on, y'all, because I wasn't done with my point. I don't want to get too far away from that. I wanted Shane to interject because he has to go. And then I'm gonna continue, and then we will move on with what Ian is saying. Is there anything else you want to say, Shane, before you bounce?
No, that's about it. I mean, I just thought it was a real compelling question because, you know, you got all these people. I think they're race loyal out of some sort of shame or guilt or whatever, you know, and they're not thinking about it from a realistic sense of making a life count, making your lineage and your bloodline actually count. You know what I mean?
So I want to address some of the
I don't
things
know.
that
I think people. I think people look at themselves. Black men look at themselves, and that's the only version of themselves they know.
Mm-hmm.
And in spite of all things to the contrary, they love what they see looking back at them.
So check this out. I wanna address you, and I want to address some of the things Dollar Will is saying. So Dollar Will is saying, one, your child to look like you is human is the rule, not the exception. I'm gonna read all of Dollar Will's statements right now. The only people who are not racialized in the U.S. of America are white people. Remember, they started the race thing. To be pro-black is a rational response, given that the U.S. of America is highly stratified based on class, caste, race, education, and economics, which none of which non-whites created. Right? And said, "Who told you that race is reduced to skin color?" And then he says, we better get race conscious and race loyal as long as the gatekeepers of the first world economics are hostile to other races and ethnicities, and quit this negative pro-black framing of everything. We are talking about basic human nature to love self and clan. Okay, so I'm going to continue with what I was saying, and I'm going to respond to some of this. And because I'm in line with Hassani, right? This is not about not being loyal, because all of this stuff about having children with non-black women being defined as not being loyal to your race is bullshit. Let's first say that. If you look at most of these men that are married to non-black women, they do a lot of pro-black shit. They probably do more pro-black shit than a lot of the men who have black wives or have children with black women.
Actually, that's a fact.
Okay. Now, black women who have white husbands or non-white husbands or children with non-white men don't do a motherfucking thing for black people. And I'll tell anybody in this chat, prove me wrong. I can name millionaires and billionaires married or that have children with non-black
The
women.
first black billionaire
Yeah.
had a non-white wife.
Okay, these black men who deal with non-black women do plenty for the culture, and it's too easy to make this argument and too easy to prove. And I think that what I would call dick policing overrides critical thinking and common sense sometimes. Dig this. Are we saying that, with the realities as far as 12% of our boys being able to read, all of these other things that are taking place with our young men, we can toss that out the window for race, a race loyalty to procreation. Let's make this race loyalty argument specific. Again, I am not here to say what woman any man should decide to be with. I'm not promoting interracial. I'm not against it. What I am promoting is some common sense. You understand? If you're if you're gonna say that a man should choose, what is it, the one way or the other, a positive outcome or a negative outcome, but you're telling him that he should choose the negative outcome for some other like hocus pocus belief or something like that, right? That's not a good enough argument to why he should do that. It's like women telling you as a man you should pay their own bills and blah, 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 blah. That's not a good enough argument. And I think that, this idea is fucking us up. If black women had this idea that, they talk about divest, and they can't really divest. we can divest, right?
Mhm.
So understand. Now I'm not, and I'll read your comment in a second. Understand that it's just like Hassani says, yo, what good is us, remaining, race loyal with how we procreate if the outcome produces nothing? What is the point? What is the point in having a child with a black woman that you can't raise yourself, you can't make productive, and they go right into the fuckboy machine, the fuckboy assembly line? Like, what is the point in doing that? So you're happy that your child is all black and that he looks like you, and like Hassani said, like, I still got the kid's picture on the screen. That kid looks like 50. So when you ask, and I'm speaking to you, Dollar Will, when you ask who says that, race is about skin color, that's not our argument. It sounds like it might be yours, because this kid here, if you look at him, right, racially or genetically, people would argue that he's black.
Can I say one more thing and then I'm gonna bounce?
It's just like one. I just want to say one thing. It's just like Henry Clark said, there are all shades that come out of Africa. Say what you was gonna say, Shane, and then I'm going to continue. Go ahead, Shane.
One real quick thing. When you look at like other cultures, above race, what they value more than anything else is family name.
Character.
No, family.
Yeah.
Bloodline.
Yeah.
So what that means is like even if a man has a bastard child, right? Like I was saying before, bloodline is paternal. That son or daughter or whatever is still going to be under his name. So that means that child has some sort of a birthright to carry on.
So dig this, right?
So is a big above anything else. But it's good talking with y'all. I'm out of here. We'll catch up again.
All right, Shane.
Take care,
no
bro.
doubt.
Yeah.
So Dollar Will, I'm not framing you as a dick policer, but understand this, right? Because dick policing is dick policing. I'm not attributing that name to you, but I'm gonna read what you say. You say, if you want to know my opinion on race mixing topic, then ask me. Bro, you're in the comments. You can type what you want. He says, stop framing pro-blacks in this way. Those views don't define pro-blackness. I didn't mention pro-blackness at all. I don't think I said the term, but let's address it.
I did. I mentioned pro-black.
Okay. How about this? I'm pro-black because I'm black, right? Just understand that the ideas that come from people who wear the label out loud and publicly, they move away from critical thinking at times.
Mm-hmm.
At times I agree, and at times I don't agree. Okay? No, those views don't define pro-blackness. Why would I be anything but pro-black being a black man? But for people who, shout pro-black from the rooftops, understand, if I want a positive outcome, I'm going to do things to affect that outcome. That applies not just to this, but to anything. You understand? If, again, if I'm going to put myself on the hot corner and sell weight, I can only expect to be arrested. What we're saying is the risk versus the reward in this idea of, genetic reproduction and, black, what would you call it, Hassani? What would be the term you would use?
I'm at a loss. Go ahead.
But what I'm saying is, this kid that's on the screen right now
Looks just like his dad.
looks just like 50. I don't think anybody can dispute that, right? What I want to know is what is lost. What has 50 Cent lost in his second child that he has gained in his first child? I want somebody to tell me.
Ooh.
I want somebody to articulate to me what 50 has gained with his first child, doing it the way we'd like to do it, but cannot in most cases. That I want to hear what he's lost in this relationship with his second son that everyone is worried about. I want to know. So, Dollar Will, I'm asking you, right? Because you said ask you. So I'm asking you, right? And I will put, that one of your panelists equated race with skin tone. So, and I heard it, but I'm also saying with you, like, if it's about, because people say, well, they got to look like you. I don't care what race your wife is. Your genetics will make your kid look like you. This kid looks like 50 Cent. So that means, irrespective of race, your kid looks like you, right? But then people are saying look like you mean skin tone. So let's not play games, and let's not play semantics and say that these things are not being implied. Again, I would love to follow Black Oru's example. We can't afford to do it anymore because we got boys that can't read. We got a crime situation that's happening, and our women are not cooperating with us. So somebody, again, answer my question as to what's being lost with 50's situation and how they would hope to fix this issue outside of what we're saying is SYSBM. Whether you leave the whole situation alone. And I don't want no pie in the sky dream shit. I want reality, because I live on Earth. I don't live in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or anywhere else. I want to hear real solutions, because I'll challenge any of these dreams that anybody gonna come to me with. So have your guest say, just said I did respond. He typed while he was talking past the mic. Okay, so I want a pushback on what I'm saying, because again, we live on Earth. Oh yeah, don't forget Dr. Cress Welsing. Absolutely.
Who?
Understand that it's not working. This way ain't working. So what way should we go about this? Somebody talk to me.
I mean, one of my heroes, Cheek Anta Diop, he was one of the great equalizers, for Black scholarship and in the pro-Black movement. He had a white wife, and over there in from France or whatever, and he was one of our greatest Black scholars. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt. Orville, you there? We still got you?
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking, to answer your question, I don't know if there's any way I could determine what 50 has lost with his younger child versus what he has apparently has with his older child. That's a somewhat odd question to me. I don't really follow the logic of it. I'll just say that, as I said earlier, these are two different, very different times in the life of 50 Cent. So 50 Cent is a much more powerful man now than he was, back then. So I mean, even
but he was the same man.
Bro, you've been talking. Let me finish my statement. I mean, it's entirely possible that the 50 Cent of power and whatever could have found some darker skinned woman who would go along with his program. That's entirely possible. That's not impossible. So, I just think it's an interesting comparison because of, how so much time has passed in between. This boy is almost young enough to be the son, or looks to be young enough to be the son of the older son. So you're talking about almost a difference in a generation.
No, so this boy right here is 9 years old. So he was in high. Yeah,
here does not look. I guess it's an older picture or whatever. I don't know.
He's 9 years old. Sire's
Okay.
9 years old.
Okay, well, then I stand corrected. So, I mean, I don't know. You look, I don't make an argument, as I said earlier. I will never make an argument against individual black men pursuing, their best opportunities to improve themselves. I gave a certain impression. I gave an opinion based on, and if you notice, I didn't just mention. I did not just mention skin color. I mentioned culture, because it's interesting to me
Mm.
when black men who are thoroughly ADOS uh, uh, choose to, or black, choose to exclusively align themselves with each other in pursuit of the possibility of creating children and grandchildren who will not be similar to them. I just think that's an interesting scenario. I mean, because we don't have a whole lot of white guys over here or Asian guys over here. I mean, we're not necessarily motivated to be interracially mixed, at least amongst the man folks here. That's hardly a motivation at all in this environment. And I'm not saying we're restrictive of 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 non-black men, but certainly inviting non-black men into this environment is not a motivation. And I dare say that we feel a certain commonality because we're black men and maybe in some cases especially ADOS men. So there's a kind of kinship, a sort of recognition of certain common experiences, understandings about things, language, even humor, certainly sports. There's a lot of mortar in the bricks of ADOS men. A lot of things that kind of tie us together. What happens to that when you go from being black to the next generation to half black to the next generation to a quarter black to the next generation, what, an eighth or 16th black? I mean, at a certain point, you're not the same men that we are.
Well, can I ask you one question just to retort?
Yeah,
Right.
I can't wait for you to say it because you probably reading my mind. Go ahead.
So you're talking about as generations go down and you're changing, right? But what does marrying somebody who is the same skin color as you, but not the same ethnicity? So, like, to recap on my life, right? I married a woman who was from Nigeria, right? Everybody, I got all these pats on the back about what a down brother I was because I married a sister. All right, because my late ex was Caucasian, right? So then I marry a quote unquote black woman. I had zero in common culturally with my wife, zero. Now I'm with a woman who's Algerian. Algeria is one state up from Nigeria. Of course, it's across the desert, so now she's fair skinned and Arab. I'm called a sellout, and I'm only with her because I worship her white skin, but neither of them have anything culturally the same as me. They're from the same continent, but everybody's hung up on the skin color of those two women.
Facts.
I could give a fuck. Sorry to curse, but I could care less.
It's called the
So
fuckboy assembly line. Say what you want.
so my thing is people are so hung up on skin color. Like if you're gonna say that if you keep marrying out, you're gonna lose some of the mortar that makes the brick that the bricks of us black
But
American males. Like what makes me a black American male was growing up and going to the barbershop with my dad, which he learned from going to barbershop with his dad. The color of our skin be damned. You learn from your father, and that's part of what we're trying to say here. You got to
Well,
get a woman that you could work with so you can pass down your influences to your son.
let me
You're the mortar and the bricks.
let me add this. a lot of black men in America got white in them.
True.
Most.
True.
Okay.
Like 20%.
Okay.
Oh, only
I,
20. Oh well.
well, I'd have to look up the actual number, but that's not under discussion, right? What we're talking about right now is, this idea that we lose culture because somebody either, had a white mother or a white father, right? To be honest, that has more to do with people's reactions to these people than who the people identify with. Because there are a lot of biracial people that identify as black, but black people don't identify with them as black.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do that, right?
And they have all the cultural markers of any other black person, but
yeah.
it's not accepted.
So let me continue. I find that in my observations that black people as a group have more issues with biracial people with parents of multiple races than those actual people themselves. We take issue more so than how the white man treats these people and accept these people in difference to us than how those people act. Dollar, you got to turn down your sound there.
Oh, okay. I thought it was down.
I got you. So,
okay, I'm gonna mute it up. I don't think it's me.
I got you. So somebody has sound in the background. So understand, right? If the argument, right, against these ideas, and again, I'm not saying whether I'm subscribing to or not. That's not my position. My position is always make it make sense, right? So if you're gonna make the argument that by dealing with a non-black woman, or even like Hassani just illustrated, it could be a black woman from another place outside of America, which they do not share our culture. Non-ADO, there's such thing as non-ADOS black women who do not share our culture, right? Because if this debate is about culture and not skin color, because me and we on the same page where we actually think that what people don't want to say, but they're implying is about skin color, because the first thing you're saying is, well, the child looks like me. So you're talking about physical features. Culture is not physical features. Okay. So we talking about genetics. We talking about phenotype. We're talking about the kid got to look like me. Right. And if we point out that the little boy, this pictured here, looks like his father. Right. We still talking about, well, he's Filipino and he's from another culture and this and that and the third. But the kid looks like his father. And
I have African friends. I have had African business partners. I have Nigerian, Ghanaian. We're not different culture. Nigerian, different culture. My daughter's best friend is Nigerian. There are definitely cultural differences. But it has been my experience, long experience, that it is generally easier for me to establish, or it was generally easier for me to establish a baseline level of trust with those African people than it has been in general with non-black people. Generally. And I do think there is some stuff there that when people look at people who look and sound similar to them, smell maybe even similar to them, I think there's a there.
of course, but again, we're talking about the realities of doing it the other way. So I want to start addressing some of the new guys in the room, right?
Let me say this one after that, Marcus.
Well, you want to say something now or after
them?
Yeah.
Well, let me say it now. I think going to the whole idea of culture, like, so when I was in the Navy and I went overseas and I went to Scotland, so I got in a cab off of the boat to go to the city to go hang out. The white cab driver says, "Me and you are the same." I didn't know what he was talking about, but basically he said that the way that the English treated, you know, the Scottish or the Irish or whatever, is in similar ways, you know. And so, you know, he was looking to have a kinship with me based on a certain shared experience, you know, and he was excited for that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and so for me to say that, you know, going to an African, most Africans are not saying that they're having the same experience as me, and excited to acknowledge that they have a certain slave history that I have. I don't know any Africans that really are going to do that, you know, to be honest. You know, so in a lot of ways, I think we over nostalgize our culture, and I think to our detriment. You know, I remember one time when I was online, I said, man, can we put an end to all these up from slavery movies? You know what I'm saying? You know, every year we're celebrating these up from slaveries. Nigga, we're not out of that position. Why are you fucking celebrating a culture that has not fucking risen? You know what I'm saying? I don't understand that. Where's the celebration aspect in that? You know?
I gotta
Well,
move.
I think the point of it is to celebrate surviving and endeavoring to continue to lift yourself out of the situation. It's not celebrating. It's not just celebrating, you know, some victory as much as fuck. Even in spite of all that shit, we're still here.
But what I'm saying is that we over focus on
Ian.
that.
I gotta move to the new people.
Okay,
yeah, right. So I'm gonna start with Sinister Voices. You can unmute yourself.
Peace.
What's going on, fam?
Ain't nothing, family. Ain't nothing. Thanks for having me on. I just wanted to say real quick, yo, because this strikes so close to home with me, because the situation that I'm in, you know, my lady, she black, but she light skinned, and I'm still a race trader. So what do I do there? You know?
Yeah, because there's this colorism thing. But go ahead.
Exactly. So now, you know, my son is like just a shade darker than 50 kid. And I'm dark skinned, you know, but so it's perceived in that notion. But that Hassani, yo, you murdered it. Because what he's saying is like, you want to give your kid the best chance to succeed. So with that mean that I end up getting with a Dominican, Brazilian, Puerto Rican girl, Asian girl, and she let me do what I gotta do. What Hassani said was so on point. She let him be what he had to be as a father, take the part that he had to do, uninterrupted. I feel what Brother Uru was saying, because I used to be the same way. Like, you know, I'm pro black this, pro black that. But if I can't get a positive family out of it, what's the point? You know, what's the point if I can't raise a positive, if I can't have a positive household where I can raise positive children out? I want to be pro black with all my kids drugged out and felons, and I'm a baby daddy. Here you are, you this productive black man, and you turn to reduce to a baby daddy. That's not, come on, man, that's not in the cards. If I got to get with a Spanish chick in order to do what I got to do to raise my kids up right, then that's what it is.
So I want Dollar Will. I know you've been holding your tongue for a minute. I know Dollar Will got a lot to say. Dollar Will, let's get it.
Yeah. What's happening? What's happening, family? I'm not even gonna try to say it all. It's just, what got me was a lot of stuff that Ian said. I think Ian probably did a whole show with just to unpack the stuff that he was saying.
Right.
Because it's a lot. It's a lot of stuff that's like, you know, I hear a lot of pain, a lot of anger, and a lot of it, you know, as I don't know your story, but I've heard lots of other people. A lot of it is, you know, valid to me. But when I hear like these rampant, like this pro-black, I'm like, what are you talking about? Who are you talking about? There's a lot of people with under that tent, and some of them are enlightened, some not so enlightened. So it's not a monolithic thing. This whole thing of, you know, we're in America, and so we have a high quotient of white in us, and the inference is that continental Africans don't. White folks or non-black African folks have been on the continent and having sex with African women for thousands of years. And we don't question their blackness. And they have the same amount of many of them, especially the far north you go. Many of them have the same composition as we got. So we need to cut that out. That's why you cannot define this race thing based on skin tone. And all those great, African scholars you name, and a good list of them, good number of them, had white wives. It's inconvenient to this construct of race to begin with, and this construct of blackness is a construct of a construct. But that's where we are. We didn't put ourselves in it. If somebody come and punch you in your face right now, no matter how well-meaning and peaceful your heart is, you in a fight. You didn't ask to be in one, but you in one. And that's where we are. And that's the basic essence of the pro-blackness. It's us responding to our geopolitics. That's it.
So what you just said is not in contradiction to what we've been saying. So what I'm trying to understand, and then I'm gonna have you address Ian, so I'm gonna have Ian come in at some point. But what I'm trying to understand is how does what
I can't speak for the idiot people who have a narrow concept of race that say you're not black if you're light skinned. That's just ignorant, and I'm offended that if anyone thinks that that's representative of pro-blackness, that's not. That's just called idiots.
But we're not making that argument. We're saying people are.
No, I've heard that in this show. Those types of stupid views being equated with pro-blackness.
Who said that?
That Ian, basically.
Ian didn't know. Ian
whenever he said pro-black, it was related to something whack.
Dig this, and I want to respond to what you directly said, and I want Ian to respond to you. Nobody on this panel, and I think Sinister just said he's dealing with a light-skinned woman who black women are coming at him like he's a sellout because his woman, although she's black, ain't black enough for them. So it's like I said earlier, I said you have people that they have issues, and I'm talking about black people. Black people have more of an issue with biracial children and biracial people than biracial people have with black people, right? So I understand your position on pro-blackness being aligned with derogatory points of view. I understand where you're coming from with that, but understand nobody on this panel said that you're not black or you're less black if you're light skinned. I think that they made
I didn't say that. That's what anybody said.
So understand that people who call themselves pro-black do say that. I'm not saying everyone who calls themselves.
Some people who call themselves pro-black say that.
Absolutely. So,
but it's not just like a qualifying point of view.
Of course,
that you have to have in order to be pro-black.
Listen, it's like people from the continent and people from the Caribbean think being ADOS means you hate people from the continent and you hate people from the Caribbean, but it's not that. But you got to acknowledge.
In most cases, it is that.
No, see, you can't do that now. You understand?
I'm gonna
understand.
That. Yeah,
hold on. Understand
that issue. I've been on that for decades. Yes,
dollar.
That is what that is.
Understand what you just did here, Hassani. Did you? Okay, understand what you just did here. You're saying
both sides.
Yeah, you're saying you're pro-black, but you don't want pro-blackness to be broad stroke into this idea that you think is negative, but you're doing it for the ADOS group. You can't do that.
Because that's what that is.
No, it's not.
No, it's not at all.
You can't. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro.
Okay. I'll give you that.
Yeah,
all you got to clear it up. That's why whenever I'm in an ADOS conversation, I don't want to steer this. I just jump to a summary conclusion because you got a big panel, a lot to talk about. I ain't want to take a long time to get there. But the dividing line is whenever somebody's talking about ADOS, I throw up Pan-African. And that tell me right there where they're coming from. And it's the overwhelming, if they're hostile to the concept of Pan-Africanism, but then they say they're ADOS, that's the group that's saying that you're a race traitor when you date a black woman who's not American. That's the issue. That's the problem. So it is a lot of
you a question?
And so you're saying that, so you and I are in agreement.
Can I ask
Hold on, let me just make this final statement. You and I are in agreement that that narrow-mindedness is there about, it's not just race consciousness or blackness. It's pro-American blackness. It's a nationalism, a black nationalistic point of view.
Africans
that
are not
has no global perspective at all.
Africans.
Can someone be a loyal South African and a loyal Pan-Africanist?
Absolutely. I already clarified that, brother.
Using that same logic.
I just clarified it that
let him respond to the extreme
of saying that all pro-black, all ADOS folks hate, black folks from other places or whatever. I went to that quick conclusion but because mostly that's a lot of it, that is what it is. But the way that
you're not allowing me to address the logic of what you're saying.
But I just
if someone can be a loyal,
I just recontextualized it.
But let him say it, and then you can respond to it if you feel like he's.
If someone can be a loyal South African and be a loyal Pan-African, or a loyal Nigerian and a loyal Pan-Africanist, or loyal Zimbabwean and a loyal Pan-Africanist, then why can the ADOS person be loyal to the black people in America and be a loyal Pan-Africanist?
Of course they can. I just restated it.
Okay, so
let me get in.
Okay, Grace, go ahead.
So I think I did say a lot, and and I think it would have to be clarified for us really to make a debate about what I was saying. So one of the things when I was saying pro black, so I'm not really sure exactly how I framed it before, but I know and I've been part of the pro black community for, like I said, I was a born again black man 20 years ago, more or more. So I don't necessarily have to think about what I said. I know what I am. So now, as saying it again, just from my experience, being in some spaces, I have a lot of experience being around darker skinned black folks. Like one guy, right? He used to scowl at me, right? In this one group, he used to scowl at me all the time. Then finally one day, and I guess he was hoping to get a rise out of me for no reason. I didn't even know the guy. You know what I'm saying? Like that. He's hoping to get a rise. One day he said, "Man, the reason that I look at you like that, because you remind me of when our women got raped." Like, nigga, are you serious? You are so disingenuous. Like, nigga, you are not walking around thinking about black women getting raped, nigga. Stop that bullshit. You just on some really colorist type of shit. And you're using this pro-blackness to really just hide the fact that you have some insecurities about who you are. And that really is just the gist of it. I remember and I'm in Atlanta, so I'm really in the heart of some of this shit here. So, because I'm down here where you got a shrine of the Black Madonna, you got all kind of historical blackness going on. So there was another situation where Roster brother, he was trying to get his vegan donut business off the floor, and so he would come to all of us up and down the block and shit, and we'd all just buy it because we want this nigga to do well. So then all of a sudden, I'm saying, light-skinned people, dark-skinned folks, we all just gave this nigga our money. And the donuts really wasn't that good, to tell you the truth. So then all of a sudden, nigga, he wants to have an opening for he got a little space. The nigga says light-skinned sisters need not apply to model for his business. And I'm like, nigga, how was it that you took all our money and we was all kumbaya before? Now, nigga, you talking about black women, light-skinned black women are not black enough, right? to represent your business. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of that foolishness. But
yeah, we need to call that out. That's stupid.
But here's the gist of it. The gist of it is, and I saw you with I-9. The gist of it, and I think a lot of it, maybe you too, is that you're not realizing that the Black culture is a matriarchal one, right? And at this point, you can basically say that it needs to be deep sixed, right? And we need not try to fix pro-Blackness when it's tied to a losing concept of matriarchy. I think at this point, if we're going to be pro-Black, if you're not talking about pro-Black male, you know what I'm saying, at the top, I don't think that you can be pro-Black. So that's really where I'm at this point. When I'm talking about pro-Black.
Hold on. Pause.
Yeah, I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
Let the ether clear out. Let the ether clear out.
Hold on.
I like to respond to that.
Let's stop for a second. Let's stop. Yo, this nigga just dropped some shit.
Bars.
Yo, let's stop.
You're gonna get us all thrown in jail. Stop.
Can I respond to that?
Oh, man. No, you can. We gotta pause.
Give it a second.
We gotta pause. Like it was Noriega be like, We gotta pause. You gotta relax.
Jesus.
Yo,
we're going to hell.
You said, and that was bars. And Dollar Will, hold on. Hold your thought, bro. Because I want to hear your response to that. This man said, the attachment of the matriarchy, this failing, ideology of pro-Blackness attached to matriarchy. That is facts. That is facts.
That's facts.
That is facts. This man needs a PhD. This man needs a PhD. Yo, bro, when this live is done, I gotta slice that up out of this shit and post it separate. Yo, that's some shit. Yo, Ian, yo, give that man a round of applause right there. Will, I want to hear what you got to say to that. Talk to that man.
What I have to say to that is, first of all, we're not the authors of this culture we have. That's first. And whatever you're going to do, whether you're going to improve it, replace it, whatever you're going to do, we're going to have measures of economic power, intellectual power, even spiritual power that's separate and distinct enough from white folks to be able to have autonomy and some measure of control over ourselves. And we are a dependent group of people because of our economic state and because of the power and balance between us and them. And as long as we're in that state, we don't have any say so.
Well, let me even go further. All right. So
that's the issue, not whether we're matriarchal or not. It's whether we're differentiating.
No, it definitely is. I'm gonna let Ian respond to you, and then I'm gonna respond after Ian. Go ahead, Ian.
Because I'm even go to where I mentioned about the nostalgia with the up from Blackness. The whole idea up from Blackness, where I was basically trying to go, was that that's for Black women. Black women like to celebrate shit, right? Black men like to fucking build and see some real shit working. Black women like to celebrate shit. So the whole tradition that we got of culture, right, that we have now, we like to fucking go over traditional shit. We like a lot of fucking tradition. And it's too much because it's based on what Black women want. Because they really wasn't part of the building process. So that's all these motherfuckers can do is fucking celebrate, bro. That's all they can do. And I'm tired of that shit.
Black women like a lot of symbolism. Ian, I'm going to jump in for a second. I want to ask Will, by your own admission and by your own words, because you said it in this conversation, you said they didn't even create it, right?
Saying that we didn't. We
didn't create it. So what culture are you trying to preserve here? if the idea that
why are you projecting that on me? Who said I was trying to preserve a culture?
No. Okay, so you said, this is your words. You said it in the chat. I can throw it on the screen. You said that it's not about skin color, it's about culture. That's what you said, right? You were worried
I
about
said race can't be reduced to skin color. But yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I'll agree. Yes, it's about culture.
Okay, because I'm gonna scroll up now because I'm gonna find what you said. I don't like putting words in people's mouth. Okay, so what I'm saying is,
and culture is an evolving thing.
It definitely is. So if you're saying that now, then what are we losing with this idea of abandoning this, this genotype, this fear of losing genotype, this fear, because you're saying it's not about that, it's about culture.
Why is that an appropriate question to ask me?
No, because okay, so
why do you think that's an appropriate? Because that question presumes that I think a certain way. I don't understand why you asking me that question.
Because you said something in the chat that alluded to that.
Fine, what is it?
That's what I'm gonna scroll up and look for it. But my point is this, right? My point is that this culture that we're in, it's not working for us. It's not advancing us. You say it's not about matriarchy. That's what you did say, right? So understand, if we are to progress, because we are not living in, America is not pro-Latina or pro-Asian or pro any other non-black, right? This country wasn't built for anyone that's not white. Would you agree?
Correct.
Okay. But a lot of those ethnicities that I've named, are they going through what we're going through? They're dealing with what we're dealing with.
But I got to make a correction, because the country was not built on the oppression of Asian people.
Facts.
Or the oppression of Middle Eastern people. That's a fundamental difference. That's a fundamental difference between Ado's people and everybody else.
But I understand your question that it wasn't built for non-white people of any type to be the primary benefit.
Yeah, it wasn't built
I got
for
you.
them,
So go ahead,
but it also was not built on top of them.
No, that's facts.
I don't want him to lose his point.
Uru, trust me, I wasn't gonna, because that's an argument that I make in other discussions. What I want to understand is, if the culture that black people are currently dealing with is our women not allowing us to intervene into being the parents that we would like to be and producing a better future generation of black men, right? That look like us and all this other stuff, right? That's the culture that we're in, because I'm going to say culture again. This is the current culture. Then understand, and I'm not going to attribute it to you, but I'm going to say this, then that culture needs to be discarded. That culture ain't worth having. I don't care where it comes from. If it comes from slavery, if it comes from whatever you want to tie it to, right?
I would say it's a current condition. I wouldn't say it's a current condition.
No, conditions begat culture.
Well, our response to it is part of it too. So that's part of the culture.
You
can't make the culture. You can't take all the dysfunction and say that's the culture.
Are we living like continental Africans, where we can't, like, from which we derive from?
Nope.
No. So that means the current culture that
which
we're
ones? In what way are you talking? When you ask me that vague question, in what way?
That's not a vague question.
When you say living like, what does that mean?
Okay.
Do we even have a cultural structure like them? Are our families productive like them? Are we climbing to the top?
In some cases, better. In some
other
cases,
than skin color, what do we have in common?
Hold on. We're not doing the some case
globally.
So when I bring up an example,
because I can listen. I know a guy that got shot 9 times and still living. My question is,
no, we're talking the rule. Are we doing better than most of them on the continent?
That wasn't my question. No, that wasn't my question either.
What's your point?
No, you talk. Okay,
he's making a reference of culture. The culture.
I'm not asking who's doing better. I asked you, are Black Americans collectively living continental African culture out.
There is no uniform continental African culture.
Okay, pick a country.
Why are they the reference?
Bro, come on, man.
They're the other Negroes.
The answer is going to be no, but what does that mean? It's
okay,
not for, we don't look to them for a blueprint for how we have to live necessarily.
Bro, let me make it.
We're not limited to the way that they do things. They're in a different geopolitical.
Bro, you're going elsewhere with it, bro.
No, I'm not.
No, you.
How you trying to make something equal?
No, you're telling me. Are you invoking what my intention is of asking you a question?
You
so
said
if you want to know why I asked, then you let me tell you. Check this out. The reason why I asked you that is because we have our own culture here. I'm not implying what culture we should be following. I'm saying, no, I know what I asked you, bro. So let me continue. You answered the question. If you don't understand, then let me explain it to you. Black American culture is not the culture of any African nation. I'm not asking you, I'm telling you. It is not the culture of any African nation.
No one is confused about that.
So, okay, so that's what I'm saying. So if that's the case, this culture that we're in, is it working for what Hassani says, bloodlines? For us to be involved in our children's life, for us to improve the quality of offspring. Does that culture that Black Americans are practicing right now do that? Does it function in that manner? Don't tell me what somebody your brother, sister's cousin is doing. Tell me collectively. Does it do that? It's a yes or no question.
Oh, see, now you're going to tell me it's a yes or no question.
It's a good question.
Now you're going to answer it for me.
No, that's a yes or no question.
You can't answer it and limit it like that.
I'm not answering nothing. You can answer yes or no. It's a yes or no question.
No, it's not a yes or no question.
It actually is.
Because you're talking. Hold on.
Come on, man, bro. I'm not going to do this.
Can I talk now?
No, I asked you yes or no.
No, I'm not going to answer it yes or no. It's not that damn simple.
So then it works or it doesn't?
It has many failures, yes. It can and must be critiqued, yes.
Okay, so what is your approach if you're not feeling what we're talking about? Because right now it says, I don't care how the kid looks. I care how biracial kids are taught to think on the race matter. Biracial kids identify as Black, many of them, right? The problem is the people who you're defending, people who call themselves pro-Black, many of them, I'm not going to say all of them, many of them don't consider biracial kids Black. So it's not, hold on. So it's not the biracial
we're not talking, kids. You're talking to me now. Why are you bringing me their stuff?
Bro,
I already
your
told
comment,
you
hold on. Your comment is on the screen with your name on it. I'm reading what you said. What are you talking about?
You're associating my comment with those other people.
No, bro, I'm telling you, I'm not associating nothing. You said you care how biracial kids are taught to think on the race matter.
Correct.
So let me finish.
Not how somebody looks.
Bro. I see what you said is on the screen. What I'm telling you is that more often than not, biracial kids don't have a problem with how they view race. It's the people that view biracial kids issue. Even Umar himself has an issue. And he's one of the biggest, quote unquote, pro-Black names we know. Right? Yes. So what I'm saying,
in disagreement with the statement you're making right now.
Look, listen. Let me make it, and when you get a chance to talk, you'll talk. I don't interrupt people.
I'm just asking, do you think I disagree with it? Why is that appropriate for you to say that?
Bro, you can ask me that when I'm done talking, fam. Listen to what I'm saying. Okay? So what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, right? If you have an issue with us saying, yo, this is how we gain control over, because again, this is the fuckboy assembly line. The objective here is to not create fuckboys, because we have this matriarchy, which is attached to what Ian said, this ideology of pro-Blackness. It's failing. It's not working, right? So how do you propose, Dollar Will, to approach this issue if you don't like this approach? Now it's your turn to talk. You can ask me anything you want.
You got me in this tiny box of the way that you associate things.
Oh, come on, bro.
You really do. And I'm
you can
trying to understand it. But
bro,
I just don't think in those narrow terms like that.
But we're men.
we're
But we're
all is.
men.
Now,
No,
how
Ian,
we should handle it,
We
how
got
we
it.
should
We got it.
handle the it. The
Ian, let
it
him
is
talk.
people.
Okay.
The it, I'm going to define when you say how we should handle it. The it, are we talking about the it of people who have this very narrow point of view that you are a race traitor if you're not with a black woman, and then a black American woman, and then a dark-skinned woman?
You want me to answer that?
I'm just asking, is that the it you're talking about?
No, I asked you very clearly.
It wasn't clear.
It was clear. This is called the black.
I'm the judge of that.
Okay, well, everybody else got it.
No, they didn't. You didn't poll them.
The fuckboy assembly line, right? We have proposed how to reduce the frequency of the production of fuckboys by not enabling the matriarchal control that we're currently dealing with in this culture. We are calling it culture because it is, right? This is the culture we practice right now.
I support any rebellion against things that people think that you don't like or you think is destructive to the whole.
Okay, so then you don't have a problem with what we're saying.
I don't have a problem with your rebellion against dysfunctional behaviors within Black culture or among Black people. I have take offense to labeling that pro-Blackness. It's not. It's just stupid, folks.
Well, I have a problem with labeling ADOS as hate.
I done told you that I recanted that.
No, you recanted it, but I'm telling you that I have a problem with that. Now, I'm not even saying what you have a problem with.
The reason why I said that comment is because, okay, first of all, I get these gray hairs. I'm 58 years old. I've been in this conversation a long time. And the same people, the same people who were anti-Pan-African saying, why don't those foreigners, those foreign Blacks, why don't they go somewhere else? Or why are you even talking about them? Why you want to go there? Why you care about them? We got enough problems of our own over here. Those are the same people that jumped on the FBA ADOS argument. That's why I said it's the same.
Let me ask you. Hold on, Ian. Ian, hold on. Hey, brother, and I call you brother out of respect, right? Let me ask you a question. Would you, again, we already agreed that African.
Now, if you tell me you're not that, you don't fit that description I just described, well, then I accept that.
You're the judge. You'll be the judge of that in a second. Okay, because my positions are my positions, and I'm not afraid to hold them. I'm gonna ask again, and I want simple answers because I'm trying to get to a point. You already agreed that American Black culture is not similar to continental African culture. I don't care which country you name. Would you agree with that?
Those countries in Africa are not similar to one another necessarily. I mean, they're not exact. They're not.
Absolutely. I just absolutely yes. I'm not putting any qualifiers on it or anything like. Okay, right. So understand, with us, in them not being our culture, they're over there, we're here, right? Let me ask you something. Would you seek to correct someone else's, like your neighbor's house, before you correct your own?
Possibly, if it affected me.
No, but let's say it didn't.
Then I would have it wouldn't be none of my business. It wouldn't be none of my concern.
Okay, so when, let's say, for example, there was apartheid, right? When we were growing up, you said you're 58, so you're older than me, right? And you probably, well, with the exception of Uru, you're probably the second oldest person here, right? You remember the apartheid movement, and you remember Black Americans pushing for that. What it was, apartheid is the freedom of South Africa, correct?
Yep. And
So let us
too.
speak about the motherland.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, we wore black leather medallions.
We funded armed rebellion. Okay. And we were
Okay.
conscious in that we were doing it.
Okay. So the ADOS movement, right? The root of that is reparations. And this is side topic. I just want to address this real quick because this ain't this, you know, this is the fuckboy assembly line, but this is side topic. ADOS is about, it's a reparations thing, right? Now, whatever other people have twisted it into is apart from its original purpose, its original objective. It's about reparations, right? For people who have American slave lineage. Do you have a problem with that?
Why would I have a problem with that? That's why
Okay,
I'm like,
no, it's bro. I'm not coming at you funny. I'm just trying
to. Why do you think that I don't? Why would you?
Why are you asking me what I'm thinking? I just asked you a question. All you have to do is say yes or no, so then we can move on, bro. It doesn't have.
But I still gotta wonder about you. Why
you don't have to wonder because I'll tell you. So what I'm saying,
asking you and you're not telling me.
Come on, bro. Like, let's not do this.
Why
what I'm
do
saying,
you think that's appropriate?
I'm going to continue. Right?
Go ahead.
You said you don't have a problem with it, right? Okay. So that is the original purpose of ADOS. You have people from the continent and from the Caribbean who do have a problem with that. They feel as though they deserve to be included in African American descendants of slaves, reparations from the United States of America. I'm sure I'm not even going to ask you, are you aware of that? I'm going to assume that you are.
Right. And I disagree with them.
You disagree with what part of it?
I disagree with Africans born in other countries that are not citizens, that are not here descend from enslavement and in this country getting reparations from this country.
So we're on the same page, but understand that a lot of them will view what you just said as anti-continental African and anti-Caribbean black.
Oh, I'm sure. Just like we got idiots here, there's idiots all around the world.
Okay. But you did mention earlier that you have to deal. If someone runs up and punch you in your face, it don't matter how you feel. You in a fight. So they're starting this fight.
So understand if because I had to tell someone, a continental African on Facebook, I had to tell him, I said, you got the guy that's taking the farmland back from the white folks in South Africa, correct? He's taking that back and giving it back to African people. We're aware of this, right?
Absolutely.
Can I, as an American black man, go to South Africa and claim some of this land?
Ooh.
No.
No.
It depends on how far we take the. Hold on. On the surface, you're right, but at some point in this reparations discussion or conversations with Africa, at some point we're gonna get to the point where Africa is gonna have to tell the truth. To each to each other about what happened to us. And we might do something.
I want to finish the point, Grace.
But I understand the spirit in which you answer the question.
Okay.
But I just wanted to put that larger context on.
I'll respect what you just said, but I'm going to tell you it's no. Okay.
You guys are focusing on.
So hold on.
Let me you talk.
I don't want to get too far left with this.
Let me interject. Let me inject a little more practical information in this discussion.
Hold up.
The reparations.
Let me go. Uru, hold on a second. Let me respond. So again, I'm the one to really speak on this because again, I was doing the ADOS movement for a couple years. So I get what you're saying, right? But here's what I learned from the Black Manosphere mixed with the ADOS information is that the whole concept of Pan-Africanism right, is a matriarchal one, right? Not a patriarchal one, right? The idea of wanting to share, right, without getting anything in return is something that a woman would consider as a rational process in terms of relating to another group. There's no time in history, in the history of the world, that men came together where there was not an equal exchange, right? That's how men operate. But because the Pan-Africanist movement, you know, if you go back to Anna J. Cooper, who they say is the mother of Pan-Africanism, right? The first Pan-African conference, she's the one who held it, right? The first Pan African conference was a woman conference / Pan African conference. Okay, so a lot of what we're dealing with when we're talking about Pan Africanism has nothing to do with actually a benefit, right? In terms of how men operate in the world. So if we're making connections and making moves not based on something that's mutually beneficial of how men operate, there's no way in hell that you can say that this culture, especially this Pan-Africanist culture or the pro-Black culture, is of any benefit, because it does not resemble something that men do. And if it doesn't resemble what we do, we need to throw the shit away.
No, let I want Oru to speak. I wanted you to say what you were gonna say. Thanks,
Well,
Ian.
I think in this discussion about ADOS, there's far too much emphasis, in my view, on the issue of reparations. The real meat of that issue is the myriad city, county, state, federal contracts that have minority set-asides in them, that non-ADOS people enjoy by virtue of the benefit of rights won by ADOS people. That's
right.
the real. That's the real money. That's
And
the
that's
actual
why, and
current.
that's why they
That's
came
the
up with the
current money.
ADOS term.
We're
Let him
not talking
finish.
And
about
that's
whether or
why
not
they
we
came
get
up with that term.
Hey,
To
reparations.
hey, hold on,
differentiate.
hold on. We're gonna let him finish talking. We're gonna let him
We're
He's
not
finish.
right.
talking about
I'm backing up. He's
whether
right.
we might get reparations. We're talking about money that will be spent tomorrow morning, by the billions throughout the country. We're talking about who get admitted in whatever universities and whatever sort of set-asides allocated there to, quote, Black people, and in some cases, growing numbers and percentages of those, quote, Black people are not ADOS people, even though, again, those rights and privileges, the people who died for those were Black ADOS men. We're talking about the assorted jobs set-asides. Again, where there's any sort of equal opportunity and any sort of programs to bring in more Black people, quote, and then a significant, in some cases, majority of those people who are brought in are not ADOS people. Again, we're programming that ADOS people fought, scrimped, saved, and even bled and died for.
Correct.
So while we talk about this reparations thing that may or may not ever possibly happen in our lifetime, I think we need to start talking about ADOS from the standpoint of boots on the ground, who's getting what cut of the money that our ancestors, in some cases even our own grandparents, fought for.
And the point
That's
then
been a
is
part of it.
who
That's always
who
been
is
a part of it, though. But go ahead.
who is and the point is, who is the one within ADOS who has given permission for immigrants to come over here and take all those positions? Is intersectional feminism, Black feminism. Tone Talks himself on that last stream he did that he took down. I remember those key words. He said Black feminism is the gateway to a lot of this fucking grifting bullshit. It came out as, that's why he took that shit down. He's finally came out and fucking said it. Black feminism, right, is the one that allows for the Pan-Africanism, for them to come over here and grift, for every immigrant group, for white women, every grift off of what Black men have built, right, is the intersectional feminist. The Black woman has allowed it. And what I'm saying is she didn't build none of this shit, right? So the thing is for her it's fucking easy come, easy go. She's willing to make alliances with any motherfucker around the globe.
So I don't want to spend too much time on the Pan-African thing because I mean we can definitely do a live about that. I've spoken to Gigi about that topic, and if anybody has watched that, they know my stance on Pan-Africanism. Okay.
It's aspirational, if anything.
Yeah, but you know, it's like Ian said, like anything that we're gonna attach ourselves to there has to be some sort of incentive for us to do so. It can't just be, you know, like he said, what's the word you use? I forget.
It's basically like women do. That women just like to make fucking friends. You know what I'm saying?
And I mean, not just that, but like it's more symbolic. Like, you know, there's, you know, the reality of what Africa is today with China being in and all of that stuff. Like, you know, this idea that, you know, black people are going to go to Africa and, you know,
and have a tangible exchange.
Yeah, you know, especially when in certain places in Africa, you have to partner up with an African national to start a business there. And
what's wrong with that?
Huh?
What's wrong with partnering up? Just like if they come here,
you don't know them.
I think that they should partner up with us.
You don't have a problem with having a stranger as a business partner? Would you start a business with somebody you met today?
Would I run my company in my country in such a way to make sure that quote unquote foreigners don't come in and overwhelm the locals? I absolutely would.
You got to answer my question, bro. I asked you, would you start a company or a business with someone you didn't know?
If I had to do that to go to another country, yeah.
I mean, you have to do the cost benefit analysis on that. I mean, the potential benefit or yield of that arrangement may be such that the risk is worth it. I mean, if you create a corporation, limit your financial exposure to that corporation, and the potential yield is several multiples of what your investment would be. It probably make total sense to do that.
We could say the same about marriage, bro. And you know what I'm saying? We could say this.
Hold on, you can say that about what?
I said marriage. We can say the same about marriage. A marriage is a partnership that
I
you got to.
Frankly, in America, brother, you'd probably be better off investing with a stranger in Africa than investing in American.
Okay, you might be, but you can say this. You can make the same argument. It's like how people say, you know, you should choose better, right? How are you to know?
Creating a corporation where you limit your investment in whatever you put in that corporation. That's very different from some chick being able to take your kids from you and half everything you will make in your lifetime. That's a whole different scenario.
Why would you wanting your business to be a success limit your investment?
Say that again.
Why would you, with the objective of running a successful business, limit your investment?
Well, why would you not? I mean, everybody knows you can't totally expose yourself financially in any business endeavor, not a fledgling one, certainly. Why would you invest everything, risk everything on the possibility of losing everything? That's why a corporation exists, a limited liability corporation exists to limit your exposure with the possibility of the investment not.
You talking about LLC? We're talking about Africa, though. You're saying LLC; these are American terms. Understand? Like, it's just like
patriarch. I don't have the negative views. Like I say, I've done business with Africans, right? So I don't have a negative views about African business that you may have.
No, I don't. You see that, but don't attach you know, a.
Well, I mean, you said you made.
You got to let me finish.
Africa.
I asked you. Hold on. Okay. But you're calling it negative. Understand, we live in the real world where people do business and business goes good or it goes bad, right? And we also live in a world where you should know the person you're getting into business with. Just like you should know. No, you gotta let me.
Hold on,
You gotta let me finish. I let y'all talk.
People are investing billions of dollars.
I let y'all hold on. I let y'all talk.
Using the term negative as a businessman, first of all, it's still coming from some matriarchal type of shit.
Understand? Hold on.
Negative should not even be a concern.
Let me finish my point.
But we're supposed to be on dollars and cents if we talk about business.
Exactly, because when you say negative, it gives me the impression that you have this blind optimism approach. I don't approach things with blind optimism. I approach it with risk versus reward. I approach it logically. I don't look at people in Africa like my chance. No, let me. You can. Hey, hold on. You guys gotta know. I let a lot of people talk, and I fought for you to get the floor. Y'all gotta let me say what. If I'm misrepresenting your point, wait till I'm done. What I'm saying is, I don't approach that any different than anything else. I think anytime you mention anything about Pan-Africanism, a lot of logic gets thrown out the window because we want it to work the same way we want marriages and children with black women. You have to approach you have to approach everything the same way, logically and with critical thinking. I'm not blind optimist about creating families with black women the same way I'm not blind optimist with creating businesses in Ghana or any place else. And Patriarch Turner, he's saying something that I was going to mention after we got past this point. Yeah, there is no African country offering citizenship to us. There is none. So what I want to understand is the other side. And I'm not talking about pie in the sky dream shit. I want to know, what is Africa offering as an incentive to Black Americans for Pan-Africanism? Because to me, nobody has been able to show me why Pan-Africanism isn't a one-sided aspirational dream of Black Americans. Africa is not reaching out and doing anything real to give us incentive to want to do it.
First of all,
we're romanticizing them. We romanticizing it. We romanticize them, and we romanticize it. It goes back to my father's generation. You know, they romanticize it. They have this connection with it. Malcolm going over and he finding himself, Richard Pryor feeling like the first time he ever breathed when he touched the ground. We romanticized it. We marched for them. We fought for them to come over there because it used to be a law that you couldn't have have a limited amount of immigrants from African countries. We got the civil rights law passed for them. We did more than enough for them. It's up. It's time's up, bro. Let's do us. You know, and that's what it is, because they're not offering no citizenship. They don't do business with us. How are you gonna put a limit on the business that we can do with them? I mean, while Chinese folks is coming into the country doing what they want, white folks come in the country do what they want.
Chinese people do not have to. They do not have to partner up with anybody.
So
exactly.
Can I bring you guys back to the fuckboy situation? So here's
please.
Thing, right? Here's my thing. My thing for me, right? I have a problem with Pan-Africanists because they want to create fuckboys. That's my number one problem and issue.
Well, speak on that.
Pan-Africanists want to create fuckboys. There was a whole debate going on between BGS and Omawale Africa because this nigga wants to take black women off the fucking hook and make relationships without assessing the risk and the fucking reward. That's why I have a problem with it, because they're following a matriarchal playbook. Like I said, Anna J. Cooper is the mother of Pan-Africanism. It's a matriarchal idea. It's not a patriarchal one at all in the least.
What makes it a matriarchal idea?
Based
on too much feelings. It's too much feelings. It's too much feelings and emotion. It's too much feelings and emotion. You know, and
it's not practical to you. It's not practical to you to acknowledge that you got what we call all these quote unquote white countries clicking up together.
Not my problem.
Hold on, clicking up together to basically control trade on the planet, international trade.
You can't control your house. Why are you worried about trade?
So it's not logical to you that we have an international presence, and we can't do that just Black Americans.
Brother, when they
We're
speaking
trying to get
about
our households under order. We're trying to get our
you
culture under order. You're talking about
exactly
white
trade.
people and Asian people, they have their culture well established. They have a high graduation rate. They have an extremely low baby mama rate. We're
We
trying
can't.
to get
You're complaining
basic.
about Black
So
American culture,
are you saying that
you imprisoned by it. I'm talking about changing your mind where you see yourself as a Black person or an African on the planet, and not just a Black American.
I see.
I hear that,
Don't
but
feel
I'm
that
talking
way.
about tangible. I'm talking about a tangible household with a legacy that carries forth, not feelings or emotions of what we think
Ain't
about who
nothing
we are
about
in the
no
world.
feelings or emotions in what I just said.
That's
Yes,
all.
it is. You said
I
There
your
are no
mind and your
numbers to back
feelings.
it up.
I
Right.
want somebody. Oh, hold on. I want someone, either Dollar Will or Back or Rue, right? Because these seem to be the two men on the panel in favor of Pan Africanism. Understand? No, I don't think that anyone else here, including myself, is against the idea of aligning themselves with the continent. But it's like you guys say, trade and this and that. Understand? Will, you said white people are aligning and doing this and that and the other. Um, to me, I see Africa doing more business with China than anything that they're extending to Black Americans.
Of course.
Right? That's a reality, right? So we can sit here and we can say what we would like it to be with the dream.
You
No. Let me
misinterpreted.
hold on. Let me finish, and then again, I'm addressing you guys. I want you to respond. I want you to get the whole sentence. We're not here thinking aspirational and dream, and we're not in a dream sequence. What we want to know is enlighten us on what kind of reality-based things will take place other than you just moving in and being an expat from America, right? What any African nation is offering to Black Americans that resembles anything that white countries are doing with each other.
Okay. First of all, I never made any argument about Pan-Africanism. Not at all. The question
Okay.
I was addressing was whether or not I would do business with an African that I didn't know.
Understood.
Now, my wife, for example, made a whole lot of money selling skincare products in Liberia. We didn't know them motherfuckers. We knew somebody who knew somebody. That's it. So I will make money with people I don't know in Africa, in China, in fucking Argentina. I don't give a shit. It ain't got nothing to do with Pan-Africanism as far as I'm concerned. If I can do my deal and limit my exposure, and if the rate of return is high enough, yeah, I'll do business with somebody I don't know. Fuck that. So I just want to be clear about what my positions. I have not made any pro Pan-Africanism argument in the least bit.
All right, understood. So I'm going to respond to you. Okay. I think there's a fundamental difference between doing business with somebody and being someone's partner in a business. Okay. I do business with Chinese. Okay. All the time. I don't know them. We have no deep history outside of our business. They offer a service and I pay for it. Okay. We do business with people in our own neighborhoods all the time that are from these places and we don't know them. There's a difference between that and someone being your partner in a business. Okay? That's not the same thing, Oru. So I understand. And
Well,
pardon
look,
me. Hold on. Pardon me.
Hold on.
Pardon.
My
No,
wife,
let me finish.
well,
Let me finish. Let me finish the
you're
statement.
making a distinction. My wife was partnering with this woman in Liberia. We didn't know her, but guess what? We limited our exposure, our investment to that business interest, to what was going on there. There was no greater exposure than that. And
You
whatever
said
we,
that you
if
said
we
that you
lost
did
some money,
business.
eventually that arrangement, that joint venture, broke apart for some other reasons, and that was that. Our exposure was limited to that investment in that enterprise. There was no exposure here in the United States, no legal exposure here on our part at all.
Okay, I'm gonna respond to you, and please don't interrupt me. Did you go there to Africa? We talking about Pan-Africanism. We talking about people moving to the continent and opening up businesses with an African national. We ain't talking about doing business from long distance and spending money with Africans. And that's what I mean. The difference is we talking about Pan-Africanism, people going back to the continent and establishing businesses on the continent with nationals of the nation that you're living in. Did you do that?
No, we did not go to Africa.
So then, we're not talking about this.
I don't equate whether or not.
We're not talking about the same thing, sir. We're not talking about the same thing.
That's what I'm saying, though. I never made.
Listen, I'm not saying that you didn't. I'm clarifying to you the difference. You're saying that you're not saying. I'm not accusing you of saying. If you didn't do that, then we're not having the same discussion. We're talking about Pan-Africanism. You said your position wasn't even that. So then my shit should be directed to Will, not you. Understand this. When what we're talking about in reference to Pan-Africanism is what is the continent of Africa or the nations therein doing to attract Black Americans to move there, establish themselves there, open up businesses there, and become citizens. That's what Pan-Africanism is. It's not doing business overseas. That's not the same thing. So Will, and pardon me, Oru, if I misunderstood when I said that you represented a Pan-Africanist view. So my bad to you. I want to address Will. Will, what's the incentive?
What's the incentive? What? First of all, Pan-Africanism is not a Back to Africa movement. So then what is it? It's, now you said it is aspirational. It is a universal sense of brotherhood.
You know that sounds like.
Hold on. That
sounds like Black Girl.
Hold on. Let me. No.
Let him continue.
That sounds like Black Girl Magic to me, bro.
Let him
Black Girl Magic.
Graves, let him continue because I want to hear this because
we raised money during apartheid. That was Pan-Africanism. Getting the whole world to identify with the struggle on that continent in the sense of some kind of brotherhood. And we always think of it in terms of, look, Africa, countries in Africa don't even get along with each other. Cultures in Africa don't even get along with each other. So it's aspirational first to even for them to be united among themselves first. And then for those of us in around the world to connect with it and them to connect with us.
So Will,
because they're always, hold on, you asked me to.
No, but let me ask you this question. I'm gonna let you finish. So let me ask you this question. Don't you think that's my whole point? Don't you think that the focus that you say on something that's aspirational as men, and in the predicament we are in as Black men, in particular in America, how do you think that we have the time, right? And the ability to focus on what you say is aspirational while we getting our fucking necks and getting boots on our necks and getting bullets in our chests? You know what I'm saying?
True indeed.
Let him respond. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay, your question is silly because it implies that you can't have tangible gain, even though it's aspirational. Hold on, man. Can I get more than 30 seconds?
Be easy, sir. Nobody's wilding out on you.
Let me get a complete idea out. Just as Brother Black Uru said that he had a business relationship that was fruitful, and he did it from here. We always have people from around the world. It's not just about Africans. It's also about Black Brazil, Afro-Brazilians, Afro whoever that comes to America. We go and support their businesses all the time. We buy everything they sell. We hire them as contractors. Come on, bro. And everything. I am making the point that is what Pan-African is. You may go to Africa, or you may go to some other place where Black people are, or you may not. It's not required.
How are continental Africans practicing Pan-Africanism with us?
on a wide scale basis. I don't think that they are. That's what aspirational means. They're not saying it was aspirational.
So then you agree that it's
Whose
us.
aspirations? Whose aspirations? It's only ours.
Largely Black Americans' aspirations.
So then why? So you get like what we saying?
I'm going to answer it. I'm going to answer it,
brother.
Wait a minute, man. What is your issue? I ain't even started yet. You talk about this, brother.
Bro, just answer the question, man. Nobody say nothing.
Okay, just let me answer it then.
I'm telling them. Hold on. Let him answer. Let him talk, because I don't want him to say that nobody's letting him talk. Let him talk. We're listening to you, Will. And after this, Marvel Life Comics says, "Can we get back to the original topic?" Which we will do. Trust me.
But he would have if he would have answered my question.
Let him
talk.
Let him talk. I asked him a question. He has to respond to that because he agrees.
Your question, brother.
Yeah, go ahead. Right ahead.
No, I'm sorry. You, the host. Restate your question. I want to make sure I answer your question.
My question is, how are continental Africans practicing Pan-Africanism towards us, American Black people?
I don't know that they are. Like I said, it's aspirational. I don't even think that they practice Pan-Africanism on a large scale with each other.
So Ian.
Yes.
Your question is your question. He just said it. So I mean, do you feel like your question that you asked him is still relevant?
My question is still relevant because he's still not telling me how the time and the effort spent on that, right, can be justified. When it should be spent more on developing Black boys and men, because fucking most of our kids is not fucking reading at the grade they're supposed to be in. You understand what I'm saying?
So,
I'm trying to figure out how you got
let him answer. Nobody interrupt this man, please. Nobody.
Because it's not an either or thing. It's a this and
me.
Okay, hold on.
Don't interrupt him.
We have civic responsibilities here in America. When I say I'm Pan-African, it doesn't mean that I'm not engaged in local issues that immediately improve our state here. Now, as when the idea is we need a global platform, a global presence, and we can't do that as a collection of individuals.
Man,
hold on, man. Hold on.
All right.
Let him. Hey, Will, please let us know when you're done.
Okay, am I going too long?
No. I just want to know when you're done so that you can't say that we're interrupting you when we begin responding.
Let me go then. Okay. We have to become. It's sort of like Jews, even Jewish people who don't go to Israel, never been to Israel. They're still part of that global force that, at least in America, they pressure the American electorate to push the Jewish agenda, and we have done so from Randall Robinson with Trans Africa. We have pushed our government for increased funding to Africa. We've done things, but I hear what you're saying. What are they doing for us? Well, we never asked them for anything. We need to.
Man.
And
you're moving away from my question, though.
You ask, why is it necessary?
I didn't say
why
necessary.
is it what? And I'm telling you. I didn't
say that's not my question.
Well, okay,
bro.
Let him reiterate his question.
And I said the first thing out of my mouth is, whoa, brother. Let me finish. I'm gonna repeat the first thing. One sentence. It's not an either or. It's a this and. It's not an either or. We can act here and act there.
Having
a global mindset does not set us back in terms of
Marcus, hold
let me please,
so I can give him the right question.
Bro, you've been talking a while now. You got to get to it, fam, because we got to move on.
Okay, go ahead, man. Y'all, we're
letting you.
Let me just rephrase.
But he keep jumping in, and he's asking. He's saying that.
Will, would you agree that I've been telling these gentlemen to be quiet for you to speak?
Yeah, let me ask you something. Can you mute his mic while I finish this?
So Ian,
Yes.
do me a favor. Just for the next 60 seconds, don't say anything. Don't interject. Don't breathe. Don't cough. For 60 seconds, okay? I need you to get right to it. We're listening to you, fam. I want to give you the floor because I don't want you to accuse anyone here.
Okay. Because
everybody else has been quiet. Go ahead. We're with you. Go ahead. 60 seconds starting now.
If we can if we can change our mindset about working with each other, Black people on the planet, we got a lot of skilled brothers in America who are underutilized in America because America does not want to utilize us. So when there's such a thing as discrimination, all these other countries represent opportunities. And if you look at the Black American in a global sense, we are pretty much the most skilled Black people with large numbers. A lot of these countries in Africa don't compare. They don't have the numbers we have. And if we opened our mind, we could look to those other places for opportunities to do business and not stay here, be limited here to being, whether we go there or whether we do international trade, import their products to America. But just to open our minds to see what other opportunities exist for us that America is not opening itself up to engage us fully. That's what it is, to make it better for us and for them.
Okay, thank you. So
hold on, can I get in now?
In order. Yes, you can.
Okay. All right. So
don't act. Hey, say what you got to say. Don't ask him no questions.
That's exactly. I'm not even going to ask no questions. So my point is, so he's just basically made my point. The pie in the sky of Pan-Africanism, right, coming from a matriarchal point of view, says that we can do all things. That's the whole idea of the manosphere. Black women think that they can do all things and be all things. I asked this man about boys, most of our boys not being able to read, and he talking about going overseas. That is exactly how a woman would think, right? And what I'm saying, because he can't even directly address the situation. In the situation where we're talking about boys.
Okay, so now you're doing.
Let him finish. No. This time you got to let him finish. Go ahead.
The situation where boys can't read don't have nothing to do with Africa. In a lot of ways, it doesn't even have a lot to do with white folks. It has to do with how we are not able to have families with these Black women over here. You understand what I'm saying?
So how does your job address boys not being able to read?
Ian, chill for a second. Dollar Will, can you save someone from drowning if you're drowning?
No.
Then it's an either or.
That question you asked is an either or.
No, this is an either or. We're drowning here. So we can't save. So hold on. So we cannot save Africa while trying to save Black America.
Who said we're trying to save Africa? We're trying to save ourselves.
The best way to save ourselves.
It's not going to get nowhere. You're not going to get
Africa. Pan-Africanism is not going to save Black America.
Nope. Period. Pan-Africanism ain't going to say we're the only ones fighting this war, taking its stance. They not Jamaica ain't doing it. There's no version of Malcolm X in in the rest of these countries. I mean,
it's not worth working to improve the relationship.
No, it's not.
We've been doing it for 100 years plus.
Right, and we're the only ones doing it.
Have we really?
We're the only ones doing it.
Yes, we have. Hold on, Sinister. Yes, we have. And I can pull it up for you. If you're a Pan-Africanist and you know the history, you know that this has been something that's been over 100 years in the making. You know that. Okay.
Patrice Lumumba.
1 second. We had Liberia. How did that go?
People on the ground in this country,
bro, how did it go?
They do not embrace it. So you talking about some philosophy, people espousing.
No, we ain't talking about philosophy. How did Liberia go? How did it work? How did it go? Did it work? No. Anybody who doesn't know what Liberia is, look it up. I ain't got time to explain it here. Liberia was a Black American colony in Africa. That's as deep as I'm going to go into it. It didn't work. Look into why it didn't work. Because they didn't want us there. Okay? So that's as deep as I'm going to go into that. Understand, we're drowning here. Our focus is here. We got black boys that can't read. The fuckboy assembly line is going on right here, right now. Their issues are their issues. They're not reaching out to us to help us with our issues. Why do we give a fuck? It's not our business.
Proving my portrayal of ADOS is exactly right. What I said.
We're not, because I can hold on. Let me respond to it. Because while I can want Africa to be great, I don't have to sacrifice myself to make them great when they're not doing the same for me. It's the same.
Mark, it's a trap.
It's a trap, Mark. It's the same aspirational view that people have here with the white man and the black man has with his woman. We are sinking, and we are hoping to develop better dynamics and relationships with people that don't fuck with us.
Period.
They don't fuck with us. These people do not fuck with you. Hey, why I only get this much and the white man gets this much? Why am I being sentenced this way and this white man is being sentenced this way? They don't fuck with you. This is the world you live in. Why aren't the Africans reaching out to black Americans? They don't fuck with you.
Uru found a partner.
They don't fuck with you.
See,
hold on. Right. You're trying to save people and build relationships with people that's telling you they don't fuck with you. You wouldn't do it in any other context, but people throw this logic out of the window when they have these dreams, this dream of Africans and black Americans together, and this Wakanda shit, and this dream of, Benetton and the white man and the black man making the same amount of money. Oh, I have a dream and all this other bullshit.
So you're 13% of the American population, and that number is decreasing.
Listen,
what you gonna do?
Listen,
brother.
Their numbers are decreasing. You don't have to sacrifice yourself because you have these aspirations of repairing relationships with people that don't want it. They don't want it. It doesn't mean we hate Africans. It doesn't mean we hate Africans.
We don't have allies.
Because we fought. Hold on.
You don't see the need to create any, huh?
Sinister. Let me finish. You agreed.
No doubt.
You agreed that black Americans were pro when the apartheid was happening. We have demonstrated that we are pro fighting anyone else's struggle. We fight everyone else's issue. We hold picket signs and we make movements out of everyone else's shit. They don't return the favor, bro.
What did we ask them?
No, bro, knock it off.
Knock it off, man.
Stop that.
Knock it off.
What are you talking about?
Listen,
what did you ask?
Knock it off.
Stop it.
Will. You said what you said, Will. So this is my response to you. All the things, if you pay a woman's rent and you take care of her and this and that, you have to, after that, explicitly tell her you need something in return?
You better.
No, get the fuck out of here, man.
He bugging, yo. He trolling, yo. At this point, he trolling, yo.
No. I'm saying you sound pretty blue pill with that question. You don't understand the nature of women?
Black people have done enough.
The man makes the woman take.
Hey, Will, I'm talking, Will. We have expressed enough to these different groups of people that we want these positive relationships with them. We fought in wars in America. We've done everything in America to tell the dominant society we don't want the issue. We've done everything towards Africa to tell them that we want the relationship. We've done everything for black women to tell them that we want the relationship. We've done it. Okay? Action speaks louder than words. So don't say that you gotta. One second. Action speaks louder than words, and consistency is key. 100+ years of expressing to Africa that we want the relationship, expressing to black women that we want the relationship. Okay? So when do the fuck we say, you know what? Fuck that shit. and do us. When do we do it? Do we do another 100 years of trying to align with Africa? Another and they have their side bet shit with China. Do we do another 100 years of trying to meet the black woman in the middle and they have their side bet with white daddy?
So
when do we do us?
Okay.
Anybody?
Can I ask a question, please?
Absolutely.
I mean, because everybody else on Earth does diplomatic relations with somebody. And very often, those people don't like each other that they're doing diplomatic relations with. Very often, they hate each other. Very often, they're one conversation away from killing each other. But they realize that they must try to create some sort of mutual interest from which both sides can benefit. Now, very often, one party of the deal gets screwed for whatever reason. Not skillful enough diplomatic relations, or there's some change in the economic fortunes of one of the parties or the others that limit or reduces their leverage. Of course, the potentiality of nuclear weapons being fired off in either direction can change the diplomatic. But every country, I mean, America was in a Cold War with Russia for 40, almost 50 years.
Don't they
receive
so
I mean, I guess my question, I think it's interesting that we would promote SYSBM, but yet not try to establish any sort of relationships with the largest landmass of black people on the planet. It would seem.
What are they offering? What are they? Okay, we tried it. What are they offering?
Could I say something real quick? Can I say something real quick?
Look,
we're 100 years deep into it.
We're about 6% of the American population.
Go ahead and say it.
The issue is they not on code, but the problem is that's fine. They not on code with us. They're not working with us.
Look. We gotta move away from.
For real, because you're arguing with an unwilling partner. I mean, they're unwilling partners. It's not our fault.
Are always unwilling until they're
not for a century.
Why are you? They're not working with you.
We're gonna get back to the topic.
You're making an assumption.
You're talking about a century.
No, it's not an assumption, my brother.
We haven't discussed. We're not aware of any details.
Man, you talking about a
century of any details of the efforts that have been made to create any relations.
Brother, okay. Let me speak this in behalf. Let me speak
about the parties involved.
You're not listening.
Can I speak this in behalf, brother? I'm gonna speak. Can I just say something real quick, brother? Please.
I want to right. Hey, look. After I want you to make your statement. After this, we're moving away from the Pan-Africanism thing. We're going back to our issue.
Indeed.
We're going back to it. Absolutely. Right. Go ahead.
So check. It's like this, right? My father moved over to Africa because he played djembe, right? So I'm sitting back and I'm really listening to this because I grew up in an African environment, in an African household. Yeah, I'm ADOS, but my father lived in Africa before I was born for years, and then he came back here, right? My son's godfather is African. Brother sat and told me, I put a tail on it like this. He told me, "Hey yo, I like you because you different." You understand what he's telling me? He's saying that the view that they have of us is a kata. You know what a kata means? They call us dogs.
Oh yeah, I've been called that.
You understand what that means? They call us dogs. You get what I'm saying? That's the view that they have of us. He also say stuff to me like he don't see himself as black. We did this song and dance. We got them rights to vote. We got them rights to come over. Not rights to vote. We got them the right to come to this country. We fought apartheid when it was there. We got rap songs for it. We green, black, and red. We the only ones speaking this. You're romanticizing something, and that's fine. I'm not gonna try to convince you because y'all from that generation. Y'all sat down and y'all saw that there. So y'all saw that, coming from Patrice Lumumba and all. You tried it. It was cute. It failed. It failed, spectacularly. It's over. We're not gonna do it no
My
more,
brother,
yo.
though, if you're gonna talk about that, let's talk about the whole. There was a whole lot of
Nah,
shit that. Wait,
nah.
hold on now. Wait a minute.
We're about to
Wait a
move
minute.
back
Wait
to
a
the.
minute
We're
now.
about
We're
to
Gotta
not
move back.
talking
move.
Hey,
about that
Now
no
you
Gotta
brought
more.
that
move.
up. You brought
hey,
that
Gotta
up.
move.
No,
Gotta
we're
check
not
this
move.
talking
out.
about that no
Hey,
more.
I'm gonna.
Gotta
Hey,
move on.
I'm gonna start muting mics in a sec, please. I don't want to do that. We're grown people here. I don't want to do that. Okay. All right. Look, everyone here, please join me for a Pan-Africanism live in the future. We will do that discussion. I have no problem with it. Okay? Zero problems. But understand this. How do we fix this issue of our boys? We have generations. We're already deep into it of boys that are failing. We know why. I don't want to hear about slavery. I don't want to hear about none of that shit. I don't want to hear about how we got here. We're here. We're here today in December 2021. If anyone has an issue with how we propose to do it, then I want to hear someone offer a counter. Will, you're here now. So I'm going to ask Will first, right? Because we spoke and he kind of already said something, but I want to do this to get back to where we are. I don't want to talk about Africa no more. Okay. So how do we either fix the issues with our women, if that's what your point of view is, or how do we go about fixing the next generation of black men and stopping, putting a stop to, at least internally, what our issues are?
I think what we're doing, or what's going on in the manosphere, black manosphere, has to manifest to specific policies, and that speak directly to solutions. Just like women came out with Black Girl Rock, Black Girl Code, Black Girl everything. We have to push education of black children or black men, but or take gender out of it. Black people, black children, and definitely rail against programs that focus on a gender, because that's what got us here.
So I want to
Right.
ask you.
That's one thing. The next thing we can do
All right.
is we got to change the value of how we allow prison culture, and we big up people who violate the law and stuff like that. Then we allow people who are skilled with trades and working jobs to be quote square. We allow that, and kids get that message. I got that message as a kid.
So
I was one of them kids that sat in the daggone auditorium and didn't want to go pick up my award because
So Will, let me ask you this, right? Now, earlier in this video, earlier in this cast, we already addressed who has control of the children. Okay. In America, black women are by far the custodial parent. So and they fight our involvement to do the things that you're outlining. So if black women will not allow us to carry out the things you just explained, what is the alternative?
Go get some other black women from other countries around the world.
Why do they gotta be black?
Or if you want to date out and do your thing.
I just wondered why.
But the reason why, because that's the natural human predilection that we date out. Hold on. Let me ask me why. Let me answer it. Hold on. Let me answer it.
Before,
the fact of the matter is, it's what about 80% of black folks choose to date each other. So I'm not hung up on Black people dating out. I do not think that that's a problem. I don't think it happens often enough for people to be concerned about it.
Oh, that's a fact. Thank you for saying that.
So I'm not in that box. So so that kind of throws me when I have to defend against it. I'm like, the people that are concerned about it need to look at the stats. They taking a minor thing and making it a major thing.
Hey, Will, hold the rest of your thought. I want Uru, you were gonna say something. I want you to speak.
No, I was just saying that maybe you're attracted to Black women. I mean, there are probably somewhere close to about maybe 600 or 700 million of them on the planet. I mean, why would you not pursue
So that's
a
in
Black
response to
woman?
Hassani. That's in response to Hassani,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair. I would expect an Asian person to probably ideally pursue an Asian person. A white
Well,
person
I think
to probably ideally pursue a white person.
Hassani, unless I'm incorrect, I think that the reason why he asked that question, Uru, is because usually it's told to us that it is our duty to do so. Now, if it's someone that, like you say, is attracted to Black women, which I think most of us are, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I think that if it's about that, then cool. And I said earlier in this podcast, I said Black American women do not hold the monopoly on Blackness. All right, I said that early, right? So if you are attracted to Black women, you got a whole globe to search for one that's on your program. But some men don't have the resources to go globe trotting for Black women, right?
Yeah.
Some Black men are in a location where they have to deal with what's in their environment.
You saying they can't move to another city?
No, see, another city, you're still in the West or in America dealing with American women. So if the whole and you're dealing with American laws. So if the whole idea is to deal with a Black woman who you don't have to risk is going to deny you access or involvement with your child, right? Then you saying, oh, go to another city. That's not the answer for that. And I think that I'm not going to put this on Uru. I'm going to say this about Will. It is implied. I'm not going to say this is what you're saying, but it would sound to me like you're saying that your first duty should be to find a Black woman to procreate with.
I didn't say nothing about
no okay duty. So then my apologies. What I'm saying is you're saying
I am saying that is our proclivity because likes attract and people naturally. So I'm assuming that's a given that's what people by and large is going to do.
I get that, but we're kind of past that. The question is,
I'm not shaming nobody who wants to do something.
I understand that too, because I remember you said it more than once. So I understand that. What I'm saying is, if that's the case, then going to the next city won't help because the next city is still the United States of America. Our issue is Black women in America that do these things, and these things are occurring in various cities in the U.S. So,
well, the solution to that problem is also coming forward more and more in the Black manosphere. We have a divorce attorney, several. I'm sure we're going to end up with more, and we're getting real good information about how to fight, child support issues, prenuptial agreements. We're getting information. Boots on the ground information. A young guy, 20 years old in the Black manosphere, is getting way more information than Uru and I got when we were 20.
Amen.
Okay, so that's fine.
Right before your eyes, it's working.
You said it's working.
We're changing it from the inside right now.
What's changing?
This culture is being changed from the inside right now because of the manosphere. I'm here seeing echoes, and Kevin Samuels has done a lot to bring other people to this space for better and for worse. But the world now is listening to the content.
I beg to differ. The women that he's talking to is too late for them.
Yep.
We're talking about the women.
Well said.
I'm
Well
not
said.
talking about those women. I said the
No.
world
Let me
is listening to the content.
You got to let me respond to you now. Okay, the women, the young women, the young black women coming up, whether they already have kids or they don't, they are not the ones who are calling in the Kevin Samuels. They are not the ones who you're saying the mindset is changing. The women who change their mindset, it usually happens in a convenience time where it's like, oh, I'm older, I got all these kids, and I need this black man. Women who are younger and have all of the options are not thinking like that. You guys are using the pool of women who have no other choices to say that, oh, the mindset is changing. It's not. Because when women are young and they have all the options in the world, they do not choose the way you guys are talking about.
You know, the biggest potential beneficiaries of the manosphere, and maybe in particular Kevin Samuels' uh, commentary in particular, are fathers of daughters. You know, he provides an environment where you can say, look at your future if you don't do things a certain way.
I agree. I agree with that, but I think that again, it's like what I said earlier about a bad plan and casualties of bad plans. I think that they would benefit, but they don't have that objective. Their objective is something else. The things that make sense to men do not make sense to women, right? Soon we're gonna cut this off because is we've been on for 4 hours. But what I was gonna say is this also, right? When you talk about you know what changing mindsets, right? Usually what happens when mindsets change, media reflects it. For instance, once upon a time, BLM was compared to the Ku Klux Klan. Now you got streets with Black Lives Matter painted on them. Businesses that post up in their business Black Lives Matter. And that all came as a result of the George Floyd situation, right? Because before that, it wasn't that, right? I don't think that there's any major media outlets that promote manosphere ideas. There are no major all of the manosphere. Somebody got noise in the background. All of the manosphere ideas happen either on YouTube, on social media, and you get banned and blocked for 30 days when you speak anything remotely close to what we're talking about. So there's no culture shift towards the manosphere ideas in mainstream media. It doesn't exist. When that happens, talk to me about culture shift. They don't have men going on major television, having panels of men telling their stories about these things. They chase, Shahrazad Ali was on these shows. She was a woman saying what she was saying, and she got chased off TV. Then you got Monique, who told the women not to wear bonnets, and they cursed her out. There is no major culture shift happening here in terms of how women view these ideas.
And y'all
I'm
kicked in the
I'm
butt.
gonna look. This is what I'm gonna do. This is closing. Closing. Views. I'm gonna start with Ian and work my way down, and then we out of here.
Yeah, man. I think that we talking about um what's the title again? The assembly line of Fcukboys. I mean, it's a laughing matter, but at the same time, it's not. Because we're talking about having a future, but we're not going to have one if we don't have men. We're only going to have basically an assimilation. So even if we're talking about dark-skinned women, these dark-skinned women don't have no problem assimilating into the larger culture. You know what I'm saying? So this idea of skin identity and darkness, that's not going to save us. You know what I'm saying? If our culture, black culture, you know, our pro-black movement is run by women, it's going to be eaten up by the larger culture. That's always what happens anywhere in the world. The only thing that stops that, the only thing that stops that is not all these other things we're focusing on. It's men. It's focusing on men. That's how you stop it, right? Because men have pride in themselves, right, as they are, and they build who they based on who they are and what they are. You know, and the idea of Pan-Africanism, like I said, it's a feminist movement, right? That's all it is. And the reason that black women want to keep this shit going is because they're all about identity politics, right? And so this black woman, because she wants to get with that white man so bad, but she knows she got nappy hair and big ass and titties and shit, she needs Africa as a reference point as to why she looks different from that white girl. You understand what I'm saying? So she needs this whole elaborate history, you know, of wins and celebrating Africa and this and that and whatever. So she can go to that white man and say, I'm just as good as you. Please accept me. That's all that's going on there. All right. We need to get back to men and focusing on men. And we can't go to Africa to do it. And we can't depend on our women to do it. We have to do it. And we need to have real conversations about that. Substantive conversation. All right.
All right.
Okay, Oru, talk to me, sir.
Yeah, I thanks for having me on the panel, 100.
Most definitely.
You know, I would say going back to the ADOS thing, you know, I definitely think that we should start focusing more on the particulars of how the money is doled out with respect to these demographic assignments. And I think much more of an argument should be made for the distinction of ADOS separate from other so-called, quote, people of color, minorities, all that sort of nonsense. And I think at some point, black men are going to have to fight for the creation of a separate separate demographic distinction, even from black women. I think all of the
Yes.
sociological
Continue.
I think all of the sociological phenomenon prove we live very different lives from black women. And we need to formalize and legalize that distinction going forward. And lastly, I would say if you're concerned about boys and if you got some money, find the smartest boy in your family or, kin or, friend or family, and send him to a private military school. Get him away from his mother. Now I'll end it with that.
Very difficult to do. But all right. I appreciate you, Oru. I appreciate
Thanks for
your
having me,
close.
bro.
Yeah, I
enjoyed it.
appreciate your closing comment. What you said, oh man, I wish you said that earlier because me and Doc Hassan Johnson spoke on that because I said that on one of his posts on Facebook. And yeah, black
Yeah,
men are
we'll
gonna
talk
have
more
to
about that. We'll talk more about it. Thanks
definitely
again for
so
having me, 100. Thanks again.
most deaf. Sinister, talk to me. I'm listening. We are listening.
Peace, peace. Thank you so much for having me on and giving me a chance to express some views. I wanted to say that when you look at back to what you mentioned about the sisters that you see on Kevin Samuels and stuff, they kind of already post-war. Whereas what I'm noticing is that a lot of the younger gentlemen that I come across, they already opting out, and a lot of them are already across the fence. And I'm definitely not of the mind that we should desert black women. I mean, I care. I want to care. You know what I mean? I want to care, but it seems like they don't care. You know. But if it's the manosphere is already it's the ship is already launched. The younger gentlemen have already made the choices. You know. So yeah, thanks for having me on.
All right, so we're gonna move on to Dollar Will.
All right, thank you for having me on your show. I do want to touch on the ADOS thing real quick. My problem with it is the first word, American, because the creators went out of their way to not put the word African or African American. Because the problem with American descendants of slavery is that a white person with that descends with a parent from slavery, who looks white aesthetically to everybody, can claim benefits because they can say they're ADOS, and so you'll have that $5 Indian problem. All right, but now I'm gonna leave that alone. I go back to the BGS Coliseum days. I've been here a long time, and I've been talking about stocks and particularly technical analysis, how to read charts, and subscribe to my channel. And if you really want to get your game tight, join my Patreon. It's $10 a month. People paying $10,000 or more for that. So I'm working on freedom every day. And that's my way out, because the markets don't care what race you are, whether you're rich, poor, skinny, fat, tall, short, none of that. Mm-hmm. If you learn how to read them charts, you can conquer this global capitalism. That's all I got. Thanks.
That's hard. That's my Noriega impression. That's hard. Sonny, make it good, brother. I know you will.
So we talked all night about various things, but all in all, we had the topic of fuckboys in our culture. It's something that's just going to continue to go on because we don't have the structure or the culture or control to stop our boys from turning into delinquents. Every time I pull up statistics, somebody gets mad at me. But over 80% of the people in jail were raised by single mothers. Most of these fuckboys are non-masculine men who are thinking selfishly to do whatever they want to do to wreak havoc on our culture. The only people who can stop you from being a fuckboy would be your father and your uncles. We had that. That's probably why most of us aren't these tyrants running around here screwing every girl over that they can. So that's part of the reason why I was so big on uh, finding a wife, making a family, and being able to raise your own son the way you want to. Because that's the root of the problem. Everything wrong with the culture right now is that we don't have control of our households. The right men aren't leading their households, raising their sons, building wealth, and passing on what they learn. You get a lot of instances like we see with 50 Cent and his first baby mama. And it has nothing to do with actual race or skin color. It has everything to do with the culture and why certain women will just continue to act the way they want to act. And these children will come out the way they shouldn't come out. That's pretty much all I have to say on the subject. We all know what we have to do. It's just how we get there is the question.
All right. So I'm going to say this, I agree with that man right there. A lot of people said a lot of good things, I liked everybody's closing remark, by the way. In reference to the fuckboy assembly line, I think that my views closest, resemble what Hassani is saying. We have the closest point of view on it. If you're gonna be able to control the next generation as men, you have to align yourself with women that will allow you to do it, especially if you're going to do it here in America. You have to be allowed to do it. It can't be a hope. It can't be a prayer. We see how that's working. It's not. Okay. All of those other things, are outside of the discussion, whether you want to talk about Pan-Africanism or any of that stuff, like that's a side topic, right? But again, like for me, I think it's more about like your bloodline, anything that comes from you. You're black. You have black genetics. Black genetics are dominant genetics. All right. There's this idea that we're somehow going to lose our way. Let's not forget, it's been hundreds of years. We've been hundreds of years out of Africa. We've been mixed all types of ways. A lot of us have all types of different DNA running through us right now, and we're still black, right? If that is something that was going to happen to us, it would have happened already. But it's genetics. You can't breed out blackness. It'll be a long time before you breed out blackness. If it's a genetic argument, it's one thing. If it's a culture argument, it's another. The culture argument that I'm making is that there's nothing about the current culture that's worth saving in that regard. You can teach your son your culture because you'll have the influence to do it. I don't care who your wife is, right? So if you have that influence, if you can be present in your kid's life, your kid will grow up and identify with you and identify with your culture. If people are making it not about skin color, if that's the argument, if that's what we're going to say, if it's not about that, the culture can carry on. I mean, shit. We talking about Jewish people, they have a culture that doesn't belong to them, nor their phenotype, that they borrowed from some other people that closely resemble us, right? So this idea that we'll lose our culture, it doesn't really stand up. Because again, we've already been diluted. If you ask those continental Africans, they'll tell you that. That's why they don't see us as the same, many of them. You have people from the Caribbean that feel like American-born Caribbean people are not authentic. Everybody's a tribe. Black men spend way too much time trying to extend the olive branch to people who are spitting on you. So when do we get to the point of making decisions that are about our interests and our interests only? Now, Uru said, well, we have to align ourselves with people, but we have to align ourselves with people who are open to being aligned with us and not just here to use us and take from us, take what we give them and give nothing back. There has to be a fair trade. There has to be an even exchange, and it has to be tangible. Whether it's business or whether it's a personal relationship, friendship, romantic relationship, both parties have to get something out of it. Allies, friends, wives, I don't care what the relationship is. You have to derive a benefit. If there's no benefit to both in the relationship, it's not mutually beneficial, it's not worth it to the person that's not receiving the benefit, especially if you've tried it over 100 years' time. That's true for the continent and its nations that are there. That's true even for our relationships in this country, Black Americans, men and women. If you are lucky enough to find a Black American woman that's on your program because they're here, then rock with that. In no way am I or anybody on this panel saying that all Black women are this way. but it's not enough. It's not enough. Not only that, you risk a great deal, marrying yourself to these ideas, and you risk the next generation. What can you tell your son about your choice in his mother? That's even if he sees it your way. I use the 50 Cent example as just an example of what we're talking about. It's very common, but just understand that not only are you at stake in your livelihood and well-being and peace of mind, but your child. And I think that your child will have less of an issue being mixed or biracial than they would living in a reality where most of our children live. Facts. So again, what is 50 losing from his second relationship that he gained in his first? If you can't answer that directly, then there's really no argument. And I'm not saying anybody's making the argument. I'm just saying if that is your position, I don't think that it's more important this idea of the phenotype being reproduced exactly one to one. I don't think that's more important than, like Hassani says, the progression of your bloodline. And I don't mean DNA progression. I mean in society. You want your children to do well. And this is not about mixing your DNA so that the world allows them to do well. It's about being allowed to be involved with your children. So if you got to go meet a black woman outside, if your preference is black women, leave this country and meet a black woman somewhere else where they ain't tripping over there either, because there's a lot of places outside of America where the women are very much like the ones here. So that's my point of view. If we're gonna fix it, we gotta fix it amongst us. We ain't about to fight this government because they not about to help us. And Ian, I think in Atlanta they just gave women a stipend of $800 and some odd dollars a month.
Yep, for 2 years.
For 2 years.
In Atlanta.
With all the black men on the street and all the boys not being able to read. Okay. And on top of that, here in Georgia, they're giving them, the 10 billion, but they're also giving the 100,000 position, the 100,000 positions with Google Tech jobs.
So go ahead. Finish.
I mean, so that's here in Atlanta too. They're giving them everything. So nothing for black men and boys.
So understand, waiting for this government to do something to put black men in an advantage position is like waiting for Pan-Africanism and all that other shit. Mm-hmm. It's the same thing. So understand, it starts with you. It starts with you. Everybody else got their code. What's our code? What is our code? Right? So they're not going to do it for you. They're showing you. There will be 100 more years of empowering your women against you. Trust me. That's even if we make it another 100 years. But this turning of the tide thing, it's not happening. Turning of the tide would mean that they would give black men that money. They would give black men something.
Yes.
It's not happening.
And okay? and the thing is, they knew that it was about the black male. They knew it was about empowering the male when they did the Monahan report,
Yeah. So
everybody tries to play like they're dumb. Like when we're talking about in the manosphere about empowering the black men to build the community, everybody knows that.
So
they don't want to do it.
To end this off, your participation in the fuckboy assembly line should be abandoned. And that's all I got to say.
All right.
You know how it's happening. It can't work without you. You're needed. Walk off the job. And that's it. So I appreciate everybody that was on my panel. Hassani, Ian, Shane, Black Oru. You finally came through. Glad to have you, bro. And what's the other guy's name? I forgot his name.
Dollar Will, y'all.
Dollar Will was in here, and Sinister Voices. Thank you for coming up. I know there were a couple of other guys who wanted to jump in here. Jay De Niro. I know you was hitting me like, yo, bring me in. Jay De Niro. I'm gonna have you on the next one. You know, next time you get that notification, jump in. I'm gonna have you in there. I promise I will get you in here, Jay De Niro. Okay. You know, shout out to everybody in the chat. Hybrid Ninja Perspective, Brother Love 215, Marvel Life Comics, Dave Tao, Patriarch Turner. You know what I'm saying? Sinister Voices, Reynolds, Leang Bentley. It's a lot of names to read here, man. Cortez Smith. Hope I ain't leaving nobody out. I'm gonna end up leaving somebody out. We've been on here.
Great I9.
Yeah, Brandy. Yeah, Great I9. That's Davey MGTOW from Facebook.
Yeah.
But Bishop X, which is Hassani. I appreciate y'all, man. Don of Ice and Fire, and my man Megatron. I see you. You know, my man Mega. All right, so let's jump off of here. Yo,
right,
thank y'all for jumping in here, man. We're gonna do it again. 100.
Peace.
Peace.